deadlier but storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Any major technical difficulties this time? Can you hear me? Is music playing? Did any random bullshit splash up on the screen and just scream at you suddenly because I forgot to turn? Well, I just am jaundiced. Hethreer, I haven't actually had the chance to adjust any of my camera settings, so that's what I'm going to be doing for the first couple of minutes tonight. Yeah, Project Dark Fox was first. He posted in chat literally minutes after I posted my stream ping today. On top of that shit. How's everybody doing? Traylon, good to see you. Papa Bear? Yeah, Rogue19. I'll take a look. Yeah, because we were chatting a little bit in the Discord about working on some Legion figures. I'll take a look at what you have in mind, Rogue. That is no problem at all. Roland, why are you in exile, man? How you doing, Steiner? Good to see you. Cyber Knight. Hethreer, just as irritating as always. Been that way for decades. Oh, Coral's here, so the stream can actually start. That's very important. Laptop. Oh, what happened? Did I use the right rights? I depressed the Holy Rune of On while chanting the litany of customer support. That might work. I don't know. Hey, 404th Exile, good to see you. And Project Dark Fox is, of course, here. Firsty pants. How you doing, Steiner? We're gonna be working on a lot of stuff today, because I just, I was going through my figures, and I'm like, alright, what model am I gonna work on today? I kinda wanted to paint Chopper, and I am gonna paint some of Chopper today, but I've just got, like, and I mean, you guys, you paint figures, and you see how I paint. I'm sure you have this phenomenon that happens every now and then, where you're like, I haven't actually finished anything in, like, a month. But I've got a lot of shit that's almost done, and I keep getting distracted working on new stuff instead of finishing anything. So, we're gonna finish a couple of things. Or we're gonna try to. Anyway, God knows if it'll work. I saw you were on late last night, Steiner, playing Metro Exodus. How is that? I haven't played the Metro games since, well, I mean, the first one. Really. I played through that one, and at the end there was something about aliens or mutants or mutant aliens. I don't know, it was unclear. And I haven't touched the other ones, not because I don't want to, but because I keep getting distracted by other things. You know? I'm easily distracted. My attention span is fucking nothing.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeehaw!
I'm building an emote around that goddamn nonsensical voice clip. Who is it? Spooky? I remember the first one was kind of spooky. Alright, let me actually adjust my camera settings. Configure video. Yes. Opening dialog box. Adjusting nuclear vessels. Let's bring that down a touch. Oh, now I look dead. Oh, do I look alive but not as if I'm overflowing with pus? That would be good. I think that's better. Let's save that and let's adjust the main camera a wee little bit. The little bits. Speaking of little bits, tiny robots in a box with a long-winded shriek. I have got to fix my alerts. I don't know why it keeps doing that. When people put a message, it puts my alert above it, and it puts their message, and it's supposed to all just be one damn thing. I have a lot of Prime things with no paint on them. Gee, I don't know what that's like. You can't see it, but I'm looking at... Hang on, let me do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... Too many to count! Too many to count. It's 15. Models with primer and no paint. But that pile, like, I expect that to keep growing. The problem is that this pile of 75 to 90% completed models also keeps growing. And, that needs to be fixed. That can't be a thing. I mean, it can be a thing, but it's going to annoy me. And what's getting me is that, particularly, I keep looking at my, my social media feed. I guess I could just stop that sentence right there. You know what annoys me? Looking at my social media feed. No shit. But what's annoying me right now is I keep looking at my social media feed, and I'm like, what I have on Instagram is a whole series of stream announcements, and almost no pictures lately of, like, here is a model that I finished. And it's because everything I've been working on lately is all in a state of near completion and not really done to the point where I want to take photos of it, and that's stupid. I was having a really good roll earlier this year with just finishing things off. Last year I did really well with actually finishing a bunch of models. I tried to do that 365 thing, where you paint 365 models in a year, just, you know, not literally finishing one per day, but getting at least one model done for every day in the year. And I did pretty well last year. I made it to 300, which was better than the year before, where I think I made it to 260. This year I didn't start counting, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. Because I also started doing the streaming, which ate up a lot of time. I started doing the 3D modeling, which ate up a lot of time. I'll bet my numbers are just atrocious, but I'd like to at least get a couple of finished model photo shoots up on Instagram so I can feel like I do actually paint models, believe it or not. Like finish painted models, not just paint models on stream halfway and then be like, alright, I'm done now, let's just shuffle that off and never show it again. Haven't had much on my Instagram for like 2 weeks. I know the feeling, White Wolf. I know the feeling. You know, it's not a big deal. I know everybody right now loves to post the, I've been quarantined, so I painted a whole goddamn army. Or at least that was what people claimed they were going to do when lockdown started. And there have been a couple posts lately on like Reddit and a few forums of people with like, I've posted, you know, I've done this whole army over lockdown. Almost everyone, I feel like, who said they were going to do a bunch of model painting during lockdown, instead just stared at their desks. Almost everyone. There aren't really that many armies that got painted. Lots of plastic got sold. Games Workshop got one of the I don't know the particulars of it, but they got a bailout from Ashfro. They got a bailout from Ashfro. Ashfro was like, take millions of dollars from me, personally, Games Workshop, to stimulate your business. No, it was from the British government, but thank you, Ashfro, so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. No, they got a bunch of money from the British government, and they're like one of the only companies that is, they turned around and just recently were like, well, we're gonna pay it all off. You want money? We made money. Here, have some money. Yeah, Roland, you've been painting like a goddamn fiend. And we've been able to see that. I think part of the problem is I keep taking the Storm Report and I'm like, yes, these are my accomplishments. They give me the feeling of finishing models, but that's not fair. I'm not really doing anything. Oh, I didn't update my model command for today. I should have. I should have put that it's going to be a variety of models. I apologize for that. STL is still accurate. This is the second to last run of wall pieces I need to do, and then God damn, this Murad Samar's farm that I'm building for Star Wars Legion, it just takes so many pieces. So many pieces. I still have to print something like 10 moisture evaporators. Blah, 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 blah. But I've got the fences, the walls, the structures done, and I've started painting them. So that's something. I should have a table that I can show off. And then all I have to do is paint 40 Stormtroopers. Get a second printer. White Wolf, I'm planning on it. I'm planning on it. I'm looking to get an Ender 5 Plus. I keep telling myself I'm waiting for them to drop the price on it, and I feel like I have to be right on the threshold, you know, because they're pushing a few new models. The 5 Plus is about to fall into the, like, Ender 3 territory where they start doing some discounts on it, right? Maybe? Who knows? I want it, though. I want it. I love that it has the 4 Z-screws with the elevating platform. And that the print bed is just large enough for me to do things like print full-size helmets that'll actually fit on my gargantuan nog, this has been a problem my whole life, the size of my skull. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh, take us to the threshold. I was just having this conversation on Reddit the other day. Somebody posted that GIF from Chronicles of Riddick where the Necromonger Purifier wanders out into the fire wind or whatever, which doesn't make any goddamn sense, but who cares? It looks cool. And we all just started kind of ripping on David Toohey, because it's like, how did you make the Chronicles of Riddick? How did you make a series of villains as compelling as the Necromongers, and then for your third movie, You just remade the first movie, but worse and with more CGI. Because Pitch Black was a great movie, just on its own. Ignore Chronicles of Riddick. Pitch Black is a great fucking movie. And yeah, the third movie was just bullshit. It was terrible. How do you do that? How do you focus on all the wrong, like... Yeah. Yes, he is the dad in Umbrella Academy. The actor's name. I know the actor's name. I can't think of it right now. He's been in a lot of shit. The dude who played the Lord Marshal. Yeah, but Star Wars shit the bed. But Star Wars shit the bed after, like, years. They didn't do it within the same... It's hard for me to even consider the David Toohey Riddick movies to be a trilogy of movies, because they seem to have very little to do with one another, for the most part. Comfiore, thank you so much, Roland. I'm terrible with names. I really am. They're always right on the tip of my tongue, which is really just a method for me to sound like I know what I'm talking about without ever actually knowing what I'm talking about. Dark Helmet. That is a big fucking helmet. Like, I know that Rick Moranis was a small dude, and it looked extra large on him. That's still a very big helmet. I don't hate the idea. I would have to print it in parts, though. Ye old nerd herd. Well, they're getting help right now. Here they are. This is like therapy for all of us. I'm essentially a therapist, you know? I have all the credentials I need, which is to say none at all. I don't. I'm lying. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to... Whatever you do, don't listen to me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. What am I doing today, you guys? What am I painting? Oh, that's right. Fucking everything. Really, it's just a lot of stuff that needs a little bit of work done on it, so we're gonna get going. What's up, Vergata Run? Good to see you. Did I see correctly that Kat, like, started streaming at exactly the same time? She's streaming right now, and she has a face cam. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. My own mod. She's like, oh, you think you got streams? I'm gonna put my face on it, and I'm gonna steal everybody. And you know, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. She's much more pleasant to look at than I am. Need a new therapy command about Thunderhead being a therapist. Yeah, we might as well replace it. It's kind of like a legacy command. This way we could have the old therapy and the new therapy.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things and more.
Yeah, go harass her. No, don't. Okay, there's probably something in Twitch TOS about me actively saying, whether I'm joking or not, you should go harass another streamer. So let's pretend I didn't say that. I endorsed no such action at all. Dissatisfied with the Iron Wind Metals clan tanks. Roland, I can sympathize if only because I've been dissatisfied with virtually everything I have ever received from Iron Wind Metals. But I think that's a much more broad complaint than the one that you're making. What's the problem with the clan tanks? Don't mind me for a minute, I'm just doing a little bit of brush cleaning and maintenance, straightening up my desk, and then we're gonna get going. No, don't clip anything that violates Twitch TOS. In fact, I'm deleting this stream immediately afterwards. Yeah, I can't think of any clan tanks off the top of my head, but I don't want to use that information to say clans don't have tanks, because I really have just ignored most clan technology over the years. Hey, what's up, Baronfell? Good to see you. How are you, Eberben? How are things? You've been getting some really, really cool space pictures lately with your fucking nerd setup you got going on there with all them acronyms and dealy boppers and your fucking pocket protector. No, but really, those are some really, really cool pictures, man. I've been digging them. What? Who threw me under the bus? I'd like to see someone try to throw me under the bus. You don't know how much I weigh. That'd be a real pain in the ass. I know you did, Roland, and every single time you show off clan tanks, what do I do? What do I do? Every single time I ask someone to tell me the name of this tank because I forget it every single time. I will be a fucking ninny if I want to be a ninny. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio, where we take being a ninny to the next fucking level. Are you ready for some turbo ninny action? Ninny, ninny, ninny. Hey, nani, nani, and a yo ho.
Here at
ho.
Thunderhead Studios, it's
Motherfucker.
okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
That is the worst joke. This is the absolute worst joke. This is not nerdy at all, Aberben. What I am doing here is masculine.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I mean, more or less. This is fucking alpha behavior right here. There are football players out there making millions of dollars who are like, one day when I've got enough money, I'm going to set up a light arch and paint tiny plastic spacemen on Twitch. That's okay. I don't think that's true. I think that's probably. But you know what? I can live in any fantasy world I want to. Nobody's going to stop me. What are you going to do about it? Aberben, are you going to come over here and fucking shake me until I'm forced to acknowledge reality? I don't think you're gonna. So, you know, here we are. I need to paint the bases on these Marvel figures with a little bit of quick dry brushing, and I decided after contemplating it a bit that I'm just going to pop them loose because they're just super glued down. Paint the bases and then re-glue them because it's just going to be easier. I should have done it before I painted them, but, you know, we all make mistakes. That's no big deal. Henry Cavill paints tiny plastic spacemen. Yeah, but I'll bet, you know... I'll bet I'm better at it than Henry Cavill. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Plus, I'm obviously better looking. I mean, obviously. Come on. Henry Cavill. You kidding me? Guy played Superman. What a dork. Henry, if you're watching, I love you. In a totally hetero-masculine way. Well, maybe not totally. Maybe you'll get to see me slash my fingers open live on camera. Wouldn't that be fun? Most of these have popped off very easily. Hold on a moment while I get under the heel on this figure and then just kind of wedge the glue free. Damn you, Black Widow! With your firmly planted foot. There she comes, okay. You just needed a little bit of help, that's all.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
They are around here, baby. They are around here. This is legitimately one of the dumber things I've ever done on stream, but it's worth noting I'm not pressing actively towards my finger here. I'm just twisting to get this little bit of plastic remnant off.
If you
So
don't
no
respect the
significant pressure.
cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I mean, I might, at this rate. Who even knows? Looking for something reasonable for my Comstar Tank Force and not happy with IWM options. I mean, there are a lot of printable options for almost every tank that exists. Ooh, I shaved a little bit off her foot. That's okay. She'll live. Self-harm is a violation of TOS. What are you using for proxies? Oh, you're asking, Roland, I would assume, because I'm not using shit for proxies. Unless we're talking Star Wars, where I'm proxying everything, because I'm not giving FFG any more goddamn money. Giving them too much money as it is. There we go, that's 1 foot free. I just gotta get this tactical rock to come up. Actually, I may leave him how he is, because his feet are actually really easy to dry brush around, so I'm gonna leave Baron Zemo, but I want to get the Red Skull pried up. I should have put these in the freezer. So, as a general note, super glue gets very, very brittle when it's cold. So if you need to separate something that's been super glued, if you put it in the freezer for 20-30 minutes, it will generally just pop right free with no problem whatsoever. It gets very, very brittle. Sometimes I tell people I paint minis and they don't understand. I tire of trying to explain. I'm like, you know that scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin? I know that scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin Never Been, and I gotta say, it always bugs me a little bit. It always bugs me just a little bit, that scene when he's like, now I'm making your silver pants blue, because, now you tell me what's wrong with this, guys. A grown man painting miniatures saying I'm gonna turn your silver pants blue. He didn't prime. He didn't prime those minis, and I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that a 40-year-old man painting miniatures doesn't know to prime them. That's nonsense. Give me more money for minis you won't paint. That does happen from time to time. I try to not have too many minis lying around that I haven't painted, but since I started 3D printing, I mean, you know, I've talked about how, well, that problem would be less because I just won't print the mini. I'll just hold on to the file until I'm ready for it, and that's just bullshit. I was just lying. I have printed so many things that are still waiting on paint. It's ridiculous. God damn you, Red Skull. Your 1 foot is just going to be a huge pain in my ass, isn't it? Take my other blade. The curve usually helps with this process. Oh! Nope, that just took a chunk off his heel. This is one of the dumbest things I've done on stream. Forgive me. Oh! There he goes, and Red Skull is on the floor.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
1 second. Damn it, he fell into the fucking black hole zone. Get my flashlight. You know when a piece of plastic hits the floor and it just disappears into like a 4th dimensional pocket space? Okay, where'd he go? Son of a bitch! Alright guys, give me just a second to rectify this dumb thing that I've done. He didn't actually go that far. He was right under my foot. He's just in black, so I didn't see him. Yeah, guys, this is the segment of the stream where we look at my chair for a while. It's good stuff. Alright, there's Red Skull. There's Captain America. There's Black Widow. 3 bases to paint. Spider-Man. Spider-Man I'm going to leave on his base too, because he's not covering up as much. So now I can do a little bit of dry brushing on these guys. Wee little bits to get them nice and cleaned up. I have to put a little bit of extra primer on Red Skull's base because I chipped off a teeny weeny bit of paint. But that's okay. We can just brush some on. Alright, what am I missing? People who paint straight to metal. Yeah, that's not like a thing. That's not a thing at all. And he wasn't... In the 40-Year-Old Virgin, it definitely was not a case of he was using silver primer. It was a case of he was putting paint directly down onto metal figures. Which, obviously, the thing that we should focus on in the 40-year-old version is that they didn't get the precise nature of the nerdy hobby he was engaged in for comedic effect absolutely accurate. That's really what the biggest problem with that movie. It was a major focus of the plot, and it should have been given more time, except it wasn't at all. And that's really just fine. Doing some basing tonight. Hey, Datron Voltari. We're doing a little bit of everything tonight. I need to do some base work on these Marvel Crisis Protocol figures. I'm going to work a little bit on painting Chopper here, which, let me go ahead and adjust my camera, because I didn't actually change my focus a minute ago, and that's a little lame. Of course, that appears on the screen behind me. Go in there, pull up. Camera control, turn that off, set exposure, adjust my gain. Boop, boop, bap, beep. Nope, no autofocus. Don't you autofocus. Nobody wants autofocus, that's crazy. And let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit like so. And there, that's going to be about right there. So this Chopper figure that I sculpted has come out pretty nice, but I need to get some paint put down on him. I'm working on an AP5 to go along with him. What's everybody working on tonight? How is he? Obnoxious? Obnoxious? I can't argue with the fact that he's a bit of a sociopath, but obnoxious? How could you call Chopper obnoxious? He is adorable for how astonishingly dangerous and downright murderous he is. Chopper is he has something like one of the highest kill counts in the entire Star Wars universe. If you don't count Legends R2-D2, because if we count Legends R2-D2, then some of the post-Return of the Jedi kill counts are a little out of control. And you can sort of attribute assists on his part to the Death Star destruction, which also bumps his numbers up really high. But if we're going with just pure cannon and direct kills, Chopper takes the cake. Working late from home. Luke Skywalker dead. Well, I'm talking about droid. Okay, I didn't specify droids, I meant droids. Highest droid kill counts in the entire series. White Wolf working on making supper. What are you making, White Wolf? Alright, which of these do I want to use for my concrete? A little bit of dry brushing. So I'm going to go mostly with cool-ish colors. Start off with a little Tempest Gray from Reaper. HK from KOTOR, he killed a lot of people for a droid, but he didn't kill anywhere near as much as Chopper did. Chopper took down entire Imperial Star Destroyers on his own. That bumps him pretty far ahead of HK, unless we do assume quite a lot of kills in the time that we didn't see HK, or before he joined our party. But as far as confirmed kills go, like, I'm sure you could extrapolate reasonably to say that HK killed more, but we don't really know that he killed more. What are we painting, Gear Falcon? A little bit of everything today. I got a lot of projects that are at like 75 to 90%, so we're just going to go across a few of them and do a little bit of work on a lot of things. Nice chill painting day. Getting set up to do a little bit of dry brushing right now. I should put on a glove. Damn it, where'd my glove go? I just had them. I'm having one of those days, guys. There it is. Hang on. I don't count that play and win. Can't count the MMO. Come on. That's not... Is the MMO considered... I guess The MMO was closer to canon than any of R2's Legends era kills. But still, who counts MMOs? I have some Dawnstone dry brush compound that I should use before it goes bad. Let's see if it's any good still. Yeah, it seems like it is. Dawnstone is a good choice for concrete because it's just a little bit warm. It's gray, but it's a warm gray. Did I find a paint mixer that I wanted? I'm looking at those U.S. domestically made Vortex mixers. They're a little pricier than some of the ones on Amazon, but you know, with the state of the world and everything that's going on, I feel a little bit worse buying mass-produced Chinese garbage than I usually do. Still have a Dash Rendar action figure. I've got the Outrider around here somewhere. The old Outrider toy that they came out with at the time. The other thing I want to do here is lay out my next pick of concrete, which is going to be Reaper Wolf Gray. I'm going to put out a little... Yeah, the Typhoon, thank you. The Vortex is just the type of mixer, but yes, White Wolf, the Typhoon specifically. I haven't used the Photon Curing Station. I have not, though I like the idea of them. They just seem expensive for what they do. I don't have enough of a problem, really, with curing and cleaning prints that I feel like spending like $150 to get a machine specifically to do it. I'm sure they're very convenient. I've heard nothing but good things about them. Alright, on to the next one. Load this up a little bit more. I'm not getting as much gray as I'd like. My Dawnstone's a bit old and pretty dried up. It's kind of why I want to use it right now before it gets to the point of being unusable. Captain Americas, we got Black Widows. And I'm not doing anything special on these bases. I'm just doing some dry brushing, a little bit of washing, maybe some texture stippling. But really the bases have a lot of texture on them already, so you can get away with pretty much just dry brushing. See, that's kind of what I think Steiner Miniatures. It seems very gimmicky, but I have heard enough positive reports about them that I'm tempted to believe that I'm sure they do what they say they will. But yeah, Datron Voltari, I think that is what I think the most about it, is it looks like a solution in search of a problem, because all the things that it does are like, I've never had any problem doing them myself. Of course, I'm a lazy bastard, and like when it comes to my curing station is a windowsill that I use. Like, I just put it out in some sun. Greg the Salt Miner. It's good that you say that, Greg, because I was starting to fear. But now that you're here, I need not fear. We have outside in Australia a pretty good source of UV. Yeah, same way. We have a pretty good source of UV here. I don't exactly live in Alaska. And you know, even if you live someplace where it's overcast a lot of the time, like, even diffuse ultraviolet light is more than enough. More than enough to cure UV-sensitive resin. Spider-Man is far up and off his base enough that I feel pretty comfortable dry brushing around his feet. Yeah, I really got to use as much of this Dawnstone as I can, because it is not going to last much longer. That is the one thing about the dry compounds, is they dry out! Shocking. Shocking stuff, who'd have guessed. But when they're in their prime, they're real nice. I wouldn't say get all the dry brushing compounds. I will say that the one I use the most, and the one I think is the most generally useful, is Necron Compound, their silver dry brush. That stuff is pretty good, and it lasts a good long time, too. It lasts longer than the other ones for whatever reason I have found. But I'll use that for a lot of stuff that I just want to put a little metallic sheen on. I'm going to use a little bit of it here in a minute, for that matter. Or a nail curing station. Yeah, that's a good option too. I think most people do precisely that. And we're just gonna do these bricks. I thought about doing these bricks in red, but that's almost too much color to put on these bases, in my opinion. I don't want to distract too much from the model. I'd rather keep the bases pretty simple. They've already got a lot of texture going on. Alright, now let's see if I can do some wolf gray. Yeah, that's the stuff. I'm going to use this mostly toward the edges, leave the middles kind of darkened. And the high points. Have some sun outages down here in the Springs. I've never had any issues up here with having enough sun to cure UV sensitive. Like even when, like I said, even on an overcast day, you have to consider that, you know, an overcast day to us, we're still being bombarded with ultraviolet radiation. Like you can't maybe see all of it directly, but it's still there, and it doesn't take that much. It really just doesn't. Just leave it out a little bit longer. Sometimes I'll leave them out for a couple hours to cure. I haven't found overexposure or overcuring to be an issue. You hear people talk about it. I overcured this model. I've left models out for like a few hours, and the worst that's ever happened is some really, really thin parts did get a little bit brittle, but I'm talking like 12 hours to make that happen. Undercuring is a much bigger problem than overcuring in my experience and in my opinion. If your cleaning solution isn't clean, curing is problematic. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Greg. 10-watt lamp I just used, pointed at the minis, good for curing at night before. I need to set myself up a curing station, because it will be nice. It is nice to have complete control over your curing, and to be able to do it at night. Certainly. Traylon, thank you for the reminder. Heat. Now, okay, here's one thing to consider. For curing in direct sunlight, heat can be a problem, as Gear Falcon mentions. Because heat, as your resin cures, can cause it to deform. And that is a pain in the ass. That's something I've run into when I print some Star Wars models that have lightsabers, is if you leave them in direct sunlight, the heat as they cure will cause them to heat more on one side, and then they'll sort of curl up, and you'll wind up with that, you know, Jedi that needs some help from a little blue pill effect. That's no good. Nobody wants that. Overcured a failed print as an experiment. Took days under a curing lamp to destroy the print. Yeah, people, honestly, it's like people are in love with the potential outlying problems of 3D printing. Because when you get started in 3D printing, they're like, oh my god, be aware of all these crazy things that are going to happen to you. And most of these are like fringe scenarios where if you fuck something up real hard for an extended period of time, it might be a problem. But for the vast majority of people, it just never is gonna be. I need to redo Baron Zemo's sword as well, but for today, we're just gonna work on his base. Alright, I would like to do one more quick color, and that is going to be Vallejo Game Color Stonewall Gray, which is quite warm, but also very light. Gear Falcon posted up, I'd love to see. Orthane bought a UV light strip with a sticky back and wrapped it around the inside of an ice cream bucket. Cost me less than 20 bucks. There's that DIY spirit I love so much. Actually, I got some UV, like 50/50 LED, intending to do exactly that, and I just haven't. It's sitting in my project bucket right now, like, eventually I'll put that on the inside of something. Eventually. We'll get there. We'll get there. For this, I'm just doing a couple of sort of strategic spots. Mostly on edges and corners. And to pull out a couple of details that aren't really showing yet. Oop, that might have been too much right there. That's good, though. Looks reasonably like concrete, yeah? We'll get a couple stains on there, too. Do it on stream. I guess I could build it. Wouldn't be that hard to do. The trick with doing things on stream is having to keep everything on camera, and for a project like that, it would be extra challenging for me. But who knows? The more I do this, the more variety I'm willing to inject. Oh, that was too much. Let's try to wipe that off with our finger and just hope nobody notices it. I'll put a splorp over that later. There, that looks pretty good. Now for you.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Oh, but I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're trying to get outside the lines today, baby. Fucking lineception. I really do recommend these makeup brushes for dry brushing purposes. They make this so easy. So easy compared to other dry brushes I've used. They deposit paint like just right. It's almost like dry brushing and applying makeup to facial contours are very similar tasks. And the ones from ELF are not expensive. Not expensive at all. You can get this brush I'm using for like $5. I think you can actually find it down on my Amazon Blacksmith link. There below the camera. If you're interested. I strongly recommend them. I've paid some money for dry brushes in the past. I've picked up dry brushes that cost me like $20, and none of them have performed as well as this $5 ELF brush. They just haven't. Now, if I was doing this mini myself or doing it over, I would put some glue along the edge of this tactical rock and put a little bit of grit to blend the transition between that and the concrete, but this isn't my model and I didn't do the basing, so we're not going to do that. They really are fantastic, White Wolf. This, by the way, is part of how I check to see where I'm at with my dry brush. You can do it on your skin. It also works on a glove where you draw it across and see these first ones. This is all streak. And then by the time I get here, I'm mostly just picking up the texture of the glove, all the little dots. That's when you know that your dry brush is ready to go. And it's only picking up the high points and the texture. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the concrete. Excellent, excellent. I think that's good for the concrete. Swish this out. You do want to be sure if you're using dry brushes, particularly if you're using these makeup brushes, clean them thoroughly. Clean them very thoroughly when you're done, because they can become unusable if you let the paint dry in there. And I kind of regard them a little bit as disposable. Again, it's a $5 brush. I'll dry brush with it for quite some time, but over a few months, I'll get lazy and it'll slowly just solidify into a useless bag of shit. And, you can kind of refurbish them a few times, get in there with, like, some pink soap, and clean them out really, really thoroughly. But you're best off cleaning them as soon as you use them, when the paint is still very, very fresh. But yeah, if it gets too bad, being the wasteful, ugly American that I am, I will eventually toss them in the trash and get a new one. But again, they're so cheap, I pick them up like 2-3 at a time, you know? Ooh. Here already, 2 months! It is amazing how time flies when you're having fun, isn't it, Traylon? Thanks so much, man, for that sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you've been subbed for a whole month and you're like, you know what? This is worth it. Pardon me, I'm just cleaning my brush a bit here. Alright, I need to do a little bit of silver dry brushing. I'm using some of the Citadel Necron compound. I do recommend this stuff. Like, I won't always recommend their dry brush compounds to absolutely everyone, but this stuff is kind of magic. This particular one. All their metallic dry brush compounds work really pretty well. But Necron compound I use just constantly. I need to apply it a little bit more finely, so I'm using what is just an old beat-to-shit flat brush. Painting the blue pants silver. If only I used blue primer. They call me the anti-Steve Carell. God, I should be so lucky. Steve Carell's an American fucking treasure. Visually, this is not going to be a huge difference, but every time I use Necron compound, I dry brush it on, and then I black wash it. And then maybe I'll come in after the wash dries and do another quick touch-up. But the combination of Necron compound dry brush and a black wash yields a really nice, dark, or sort of dirty metal look. Starting over like a dark gray base. So irritated I don't want to paint. Is that about your laptop, Roland? I'm sorry about it. Dude, you don't need to paint. You don't need to paint. You can give yourself a break. You know, focus on the problems that you need to fix right now, if that's the case, Roland. Don't beat yourself up. You've done so much painting over the last few months, man. It is crazy. You make me feel lazy. Which, I mean, I am, but that's not the point. And I'm going to dry brush a little bit of silver onto this red beam here. And then I'm probably going to give it a red wash after the fact, but just a real light dry brush to give it a little bit of silvery sheen, like the paint's been worn down a little bit. Because it's, you know, it's a steel I-beam. There are definitely better ways to do I-beams, but this is fast and easy, and those are really what I'm focused on right now. I may just leave it like that. That actually looks pretty good in my opinion. Could look better, could look worse. I've been telling myself over and over again to just do tabletop level paint jobs on all these Marvel figures, so maybe I should take that to heart at some point. That's all the silver dry brushing I need to do. Let me clean my brush a little bit. Sometimes we do what we call a tactical glorbing, Project Dark Fox. Which is, you know, on purpose. Though most of the time, yes, it is a mistake. Alright, there's that. Now I need to do a black wash, and then I can let these sit, and I can move on to something else. Now for these, I'll use undiluted Army Painter Dark Tone. And I'll probably do a couple other quick bits of wash on these bases, just to give them kind of a dirty effect, also. Where's my big broad brush? There it is. I'm going to give it a little bit of water. I guess not totally undiluted. I'm going to dilute it slightly. Not a lot, though. And you know, you can kind of pin wash this into some of the crevices, give yourself some darker areas, particularly for something that's like broken concrete where color variation is actually a positive. Got to print a new custom My Little Pony for my niece. Turns out the first one survived a day before a friend stepped on it. Oof. That sucks. But still, isn't it just cool that you can run off another one like that? Kids being kids and all. That really is just such a cool gift, man. Like glorbing to the rear. Glorb-oblique, if you will. It is a bit great. Make sure you call out to ensure that the glorb area is clear. Oh yeah, Greg, that's what we're going to do after the black wash. Well, you can see what I'm going for is what I've already done with Crossbones here, which has some of that in it. Just little discolored areas and warm spots. I'm going to do that kind of randomly after this. Like, particularly this tactical rock he's standing on is going to get some of that because his boots are a really, really cold color and the warm is going to clash with it nicely. Contrast, I guess, is the phrase we should use for being technical. I'm going to put a little bit of this just around the base here to kind of differentiate Spider-Man's tactical rock from the concrete that it rests on. I wish there are people who work on that periodically, Project Dark Fox. I've seen a number of projects, people like, you can melt it down and extrude it out into a new sort of filament, and it's always just so time-consuming. And it yields a product that's like, and, I mean, maybe it'll work. I think that there is, in the future, someone who's going to figure out a process to recycle little bits of filament. You can do it manually by simply taking a piece of PTFE tube and taking two pieces of filament coming into it from either side, and like heat them up and just squish them together and melt them into one string of filament. That will work, I know people have done it, but that's more for like joining long strands, and I still feel like you create a weak point where it could break, and I don't like the sound of that. Now, plague squirrels, I saw that. I saw that, Sentient Pickle. I did. People may not realize that's actually very common. Squirrels in sort of the middle United States up to the Pacific Northwest, lots of them carry the bubonic plague. And a few times a year, somebody contracts the plague from a squirrel. It happens more often than you would think. The good news is we're really fucking good at treating it now. The big problem with the bubonic plague was mostly that we had no fucking clue what to do with it. We had no medicine whatsoever. And, you know, lancing the swellings is unchristian. That was actually a quote from a movie. If anyone can tell me what movie that is a quote from, I will give you... I don't know, what will I give you? I'll do something. I'll do something special. I'll give you at least a high five. An honorable mention. If you can tell me what movie that's from. No, it's not. It's not Okor, although that's a good guess. No, neither. Not Prince of Thieves, Not Men in Tights, no. It's not from anything that Mel Brooks did, okay? Good God. I'm going to go over to some Army Painter Light Tone, which is just a little bit red, and ooh, I kind of need some more of this. We're going to smear a little bit of this on the concrete to give it some color variation. It has Rutger Hauer in it, if that helps. It's not Lady Hawk. That's a good guess, though. Lady Hawk is you're very, very close in the era the film was made in, but it is not Lady Hawk. Tend to focus this around cracks where I figure that moisture would probably gather and discolor the concrete, and then a couple more random thinned out glorbs of it. No. Not Monty Python on the Holy Grail. Okay, I really hope I didn't mislead you, but I'm pretty sure Rutger Hauer's in it. I'm fairly certain Rutger Hauer's in it. He plays like a bandit king. I mean, not really a bandit king. The leader of a group of bandits, though. I mean, saying Rutger Hauer's in it is not really that good of a clue, because Rutger Hauer was in a lot of movies over a certain period of time. OG Ralparth the Stalker stripping it now looks like a walking donger. Yeah, it does. It does look like a dick with legs. That's just true. Flesh and Blood, Greg the Salt Miner gets it. That is the very movie. Lancing the swellings is unchristian. You wikied it. You filth magnet. Can't even believe you. That's okay. Yeah, Flesh and Blood. There's a lot of plague in that movie, because at one point when they're trying to siege out these bandits, they actually lob plague corpses over the walls and get one like in the well, as I recall. And then they're treating someone for plague outside, and there's a one doctor fellow who's like, we really need to lance these things, man, and drain them. And the clergy they have on site insists that to lance the swellings would be unchristian. It's not treating it in accordance with the way that the church would have things be handled. Which is, of course, as we know now, is exactly what you need to do. Flesh and Blood is a cool movie. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. Landsknecht Mercenary. Well, I mean, yeah, that's... to be fair, Wandering Landsknecht, there's not a lot of difference between that and the Bandit in the time period we're talking about there. They're pseudo-landed... It's like the difference between a pirate and a privateer. Like, they're the same goddamn thing, it's just that one of them, the government, the reigning government, is like, yeah, you're kind of official, sure, why not? Give us money every now and then, and we won't kill you. Hudson Hawk. Oh, that was Bruce Willis, wasn't it? Yeah, privateers have a fancy piece of paper. Landsknecht have fancy pants. There you go. Figured out how I'm doing the blades on your model Firestarter. Lay it on me. I'd love to hear. I need a little bit more on this one. I went kind of light on this one. There we go. And some on Baron Zemo, which I'm going to put a decent amount on his tactical rock, because it needs to contrast with his boot a little bit. Otherwise, it's not going to show up very well. Who else? Spider-Man. The Batman Who Laughs has now terrified. I haven't read any of the Batman Who Laughs line. I know it's been a thing for a while. It's hard to avoid if you follow DC at all, but I have not personally read any of it. Maybe I should change that. I'm open to suggestions, Kitsune. If there's a particular run, a particular issue, or a place you feel I should start, please let me know. I followed Rebirth, that was a while ago now, but I followed Rebirth pretty religiously up until the point that they started, that the whole Watchmen thing happened, and they were like, we're doing Doomsday Clock, and I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I'll wait a little while and see how that pans out. I'm of the school of thought that Watchmen doesn't belong anywhere near the DC universe, like at all. I don't understand the point of taking characters who are specifically there to serve as not exactly satire, not exactly parody, and putting them in with the characters that they're somewhat satirizing. It always struck me as an odd choice. Gonna go reheat some food, then back to assembling a preview copy of Indominus. Greg, I would love a review of the Indominus box. I really would. I know that it's limited edition, but most, if not all, of the models will be available in other boxes afterwards. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. It looks nice, you know? Yeah, Watchmen crossing over with anything is... I feel like if you have Watchmen as a property and you say, I want to cross this over with X superhero, you've already missed the goddamn point of Watchmen. I'm going to try to go for a sort of coursing with energy look, but really aggressive. So we need to see what really light dry brushing does. I think a combination of blending and dry brushing can get you something really, really nice there. Start with Dark Knights and Batman Who Laughs origin story. See, that's something I can get into. I'm not going to get into Doomsday Clock, because like I said, I'm just like, I don't see the point. But Batman Who Laughs, and for that matter, the heavy metal... The various Batman iterations they've been doing lately, just as an Elseworlds thing, is actually pretty cool. I might check that out, Kitsune. I have a DC Universe subscription, so I'm pretty sure I can access it for free. For as long as that continues to be a thing. I have it mostly to watch Doom Patrol and Titans. Watchmen was its own thing, and then they got bought by DC, and then they just sort of shoved them together really uncomfortably. Traylon, thank you for the reminder. I was actually starting to arch my back a little bit there. I feel like GW better really, really milk that limited edition cow while they can, which, God, what an unappetizing phrasing of that. That's... Ugh. But they had better milk that as long as they can, because their ability to do that is going away. If you saw the 3D printing community's response so far to Indominus, it's basically been, oh, it's limited edition? Fuck you, I'm gonna make a file and distribute it online. Which they can only fight for so long. And then it's gonna stop working entirely. Alright, that's pretty good for these bases. I feel pretty good about that, so I'm gonna take just some black paint and go ahead and go around the rims here, and then I'm gonna glue them down after everything is set. And this is just some Army Painter matte black mixed with a little bit of Games Workshop Lamian Medium. That's another Games Workshop product I do recommend. Lamian Medium is a fantastic... It's not quite matte. It's a little bit satin in its finish, but it's a great medium and has wonderful flow to it. Do they not have a full kit for the suppressors yet? Those guys came out a long fucking time ago. Now, okay, for Watchmen, the HBO series is completely independent from anything the DC has been doing. And the HBO series, I really enjoyed. The HBO Watchmen, that was fan-freaking-tastic. It wasn't perfect. It has some problems. It has a couple of issues with it. But the issues are of a style where it's like they really don't matter. If you're focused on how everything doesn't match up just perfectly according to the powers of the characters or anything like that, like you're missing the point of that one. Because that one's mostly about racism. Not gonna work either. How inconvenient. There's a magnet on the bottom of here, and I was thinking I would stick it to this magnet I've got here, but it's... Oh, the connection is so weak. It barely works at all. Poopy. Oh well. Do it the old-fashioned way, where I just kind of hold on and try not to screw anything up. I thought that was the end of Dr. Manhattan, but nope, Batman Who Laughs has him, and now Batman Who Laughs' brain is in Dr. Manhattan's body. See, Kitsune, that's exactly the sort of... And I mean, of course, like, if you enjoy the comic run, there's nothing wrong with that. People can and should enjoy literally everything that they want, and it's not like Watchmen is sacrosanct. It's just that I was a fan of Watchmen. I have been a fan of Watchmen, the original series of it, for such a long time. And in my mind, the purpose of Dr. Manhattan is very specific. And when we start getting into like, oh, but what would happen if Dr. Manhattan fought Superman? I'm like, I feel like even asking that question is missing the point of Dr. Manhattan existing in the first place. He's not really supposed to be a superhero. He isn't really a superhero. We make him into a superhero. We took this man, this godlike entity that is more trapped by his own powers than anything, and we forced him to be superheroic in the sense that he wanted to please us, and we kept demanding it of him. But that's sort of the point. That is the commentary. And asking who could beat him is yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who could beat Dr. Manhattan, and ultimately no one can beat Dr. Manhattan because Dr. Manhattan's powers are fucking nonsense. Dr. Manhattan's powers are essentially those of a god. They're not supposed to be equaled by anyone. The question of Dr. Manhattan is what happens to a man when his humanity is stripped from him like that, when his perception
I suppose
of everything is changed.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I am glorbing it on the rim. On the rim, Dark Fox. Oh, you're right. I did miss a spot, didn't I? Damn it. Okay, fair enough. That did happen. Doomsday Clock is amazing. The ending that I said is amazing. I may check it out at some point. I'm mostly just being, a super turbo hipster who doesn't like popular things, but that's usually how I am. Disliking popular things is a major part of my identity, apparently. Was it Paul Verhoeven, Roland? I want to say it was Paul Verhoeven who directed Flesh and Blood. Superman sucking sunlight out of flowers. See, that's just it. The insane nature of Superman's powers and the way that every time he has a problem, the writers are able to just pull a new power out of their ass to make it work. That's the whole point of Dr. Manhattan. They're like, alright, fuck all that nonsense where we pretend like he's not omnipotent. Let's just say he can do anything. Anything at all. And then let's give him the oh shit. What's the complex where you know what's going to happen but you can't do anything about it? Yes, I was right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Roland. What is that? The Cassandra complex? Is that it? Where you know the future but you are unable to change it. Yeah. And the Cassandra complex is a big part of who Dr. Manhattan is, and it's something that a lot of people, I think, wrestle with when trying to understand him as a character. It's that he exists at all times in his own life. He's like the Tralfamadorians. He sees his own life in all moments simultaneously. So when you say, hey, you should stop a thing, it's like, how? How am I supposed to stop a thing that's already happened? To you it hasn't happened yet, but to him it happened quite some time ago, and it's also happening currently. He's ultimately impotent. If he changes a thing, it's only because he always changed the thing. Zero fight between Superman and Dr. Manhattan, but more of talk, and Manhattan finally getting his humanity back, which made him realize the Watchmen universe needs a Superman character when he gave his powers to it. See, that's not bad. As long as they didn't have it boil down to just bashing fists against one another, because if we're really talking about just bashing powers, I mean, Dr. Manhattan's always going to win, first of all, and that's not really interesting. And, again, it sort of defeats the purpose of having Dr. Manhattan in the story if it's all about him bashing his powers against people. I am of the opinion that Dr. Manhattan has always been more human than most people give him credit for, because as much of an omnipotent god as Dr. Manhattan may be, as John Osterman may be, he still has his head turned by a hot piece of tail every couple of years. I was always under the impression that they were trying to say that his perception makes him feel inhuman, and his perception has separated him largely from the concerns of everyday people, but he's still a man in there, even if he doesn't really realize it. He's still subject to the whims of being a human male. Yeah, he still pines for Janie. And he still thought Silk Spectre was hot enough to leave Janie for. He's more human than he gives himself credit for. I mean, even in that scene when he runs off to Mars, that reveals his humanity in a pretty big way. Wapelius! What's up, man? I would have a hard time believing that there's anyone in this chat who follows miniature painting and is not following this guy. This dude is a big-time, hard-hitting major name in the miniature painting community. And he has a fucking fantastic stream. I know Greg's a fan. Greg has been watching your stream lately and just, like, talking shit about acrylic paints, man. He's going full on into the, I want to do oil paints, everything. I'm throwing all my acrylic paints away. And I'm like, stop it. I know that Wapple makes it look fucking easy with how the amazing results that he gets using oil paints. But we are mere men. Mere men. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow, man. But yeah, if anybody here is not following Wapelius, get over there and follow this man. Check out his painting stream. He is an incredibly talented, incredibly accomplished painter who does incredible things with oil paints. I watch you a lot of the time for your tips on freehanding, Wapple. You, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your last name right. I feel like I go back and forth every time I see it. You've given me some of the most interesting and important tips I've ever received for freehanding, insofar as you use simple patterns and simple techniques and combinations of simple shapes to create more complex patterns, as opposed to trying to, conceptualize a really, really complex pattern. Just start with something simple and make a triangle, and then make another triangle.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's accurate. That's unfortunately accurate. But hey, man, thanks for the follow. Thanks for being here. You caught me on a day when I'm not doing anything terribly special today. We're just kind of getting caught up on a lot of little things, And maybe you don't have this problem. I don't know. You've been painting longer than I have, but you know how sometimes you'll wind up with, like, I haven't finished anything in a while, but I've got a lot of projects at about like 70 to 80 to 90%, and man, if I could just put some work in on them and get them all done. That's what we're trying to do today. More oils, more better. Y'all are braver men than I am. I fear the oil paint. I fear change. I haven't encountered that much that I want to do that I can't do well with acrylics. But at some point, I'm sure I'll transition over into using some oils. Unhealthy obsessions with freehand and OSL. Considering what you've accomplished, I think I'd be hard pressed to call them unhealthy. Alright, I gotta do a little base coating for some yellow. I'm gonna work up on a few models, so I'm going over to Vallejo Model Air Wood. I like this color a lot. I will
You
use
know,
it to base
there's
a lot of
something about
yellows.
mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
What was I just talking about? I was talking about Dr. Manhattan, wasn't I think so. They had some good Devo in the HBO series of Watchmen. They cut it off before the lyrics cut in because it's not the most sensitive song. It was mongoloid. But I appreciated their inclusion nonetheless. Once I move to Nebraska and you're just a 45-minute flight away, I'll bang down your door and make you paint with me. You come. You know what? With my acrylic paints, Greg, come and take it. That's what I say. I do need to try some oils. One of the things that stops me, I do have some oil paints around, and I have used them for like pin washing panel lines, and that's been pretty effective. But I don't like having to wait so long for it to dry. I'm impatient. I really am. That's just a personal failing. I have to do a head-to-head mini paint. This is something I've wanted to do with Greg the Salt Miner for a while, where, and it's not in a competitive sense, just in a... Well, my idea is we both take the same mini with the same concept, the same desired endpoint, and then we paint it on stream without looking at each other's work, but being able to talk to one another, give each other ideas, but never looking at what we're doing. And then at the end, compare what we came out with. And be like, well, you know, how did we interpret these instructions and concepts differently? I think that sounds like a really, really fun idea. From the Drop Zone Commander game, these actually are from a game that was recently released right at the beginning of lockdown on Kickstarter, which has not gone well for them. But they've been trucking along, called Revelations Skirmish, from White Light Media, which is owned entirely by Rick Graham. Yeah. And what stands out to me with this Wapple is that he's released all the files for 3D printers. You can just buy the STLs directly from him, which is a big risk on his part, but I think it's pretty cool and it's the sort of thing that I want to support. I've got a couple of mechs from it. The game itself plays very well, and I think it's really well balanced. Here is a Sierra War mech from the same line that I've done up. That I think came out pretty nice. I need to adjust my color saturation. But the fact that it's 3D printable also allows you to go in and slice some pieces off and rearrange them and do some of your own poses, which I really appreciate. But, like, my whole force I've printed right here at home on my own Elegoo Mars. Now that I'm doing the 3D printing thing, this is great. Oh, you got a 3D printer? I did not realize. Yeah, these tanks, these are all 3D printed. The infantry, the mechs, like the whole line is available in STL format for you to print right at home, which, I really, really like that, and it's something that I'm trying to support. Of course, finding time to actually play games is always a challenge, isn't it? But yeah, check it out. White Light Media. And the game is called Revelations Skirmish. Elegoo Mars and an Ender 3, that's exactly what I have. I have been doing it for a little bit over a year now, and I am never going back. I have paid so little money for models over the last year, like, it's crazy. I kind of wish I had done an actual comparison of the amount of money I'd spent in the previous year compared to this last year on just buying minis. It has to be staggering. I love printing miniatures. I've started, it's got me into designing some of my own, actually. Well, thank you so much for saying so. It takes a little bit of practice, but if you're willing to put in the time and do the tinkering, particularly on the Ender 3, the Elegoo Mars is not hard to use at all. You learn a couple of settings and it'll go really nicely. The Ender 3 requires a bit more dedication, but once you get it running pretty smooth, You learn what all the slicer settings do and everything. I mean, I run mine pretty much constantly. You can see mine running up there, printing off some wall files that I developed for Star Wars Legion. And Wapple, I mean, now I'm sure you have all the resources you need to figure out 3D printing, but if you, for whatever reason, ever have any problems or questions, we have an impressive community of 3D printers on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and we have several channels dedicated specifically to 3D printing, having problems with 3D printing, and working those out. So if you're ever interested, you can pop over there, and please feel free to ask questions. Like I said, we have a lot of 3D printers. And it can be as easy as posting, here's a picture of what went wrong, somebody help me fix it, and we'll have somebody on that usually inside of an hour. Then you hope the extruder motor doesn't do something silly on you. There's a reason I keep a spare extruder motor lying around, O'Coral. Need to change out my cleaning solution to get the next set of Chaos Dwarves printing. I need to print up some more. Here's one of the other mechs from the same line from Revelations that I have only primer on at this point, and I added some missile effects from Deadly Print Studio. You can kind of just make them out. There's a few missiles sort of coiling out of the shoulder launcher and then some smoke shooting out the back. But these are the next ones that I'm going to be painting. The Union of Stars faction. They're a bit more Titanfall-y, which you guys might know that I'm kind of into Titanfall. It's possible that I like, you know, robots. Maybe just a little bit. I have a ton of terrain that needs printing, and I've only just started getting a handle on the... Oh my god. Now, you might be telling yourself right now, this is going to improve my unpainted plastic catalog, and I don't know how much of a problem that is for you. You've been doing this professionally for a while, so you may have it more under control than a lot of us do. But I will tell you that if you think 3D printing is going to fix the piles of unpainted plastic, you're dead wrong. It just makes them worse. It just makes them so much worse. But it's okay, because it costs a lot less. Yeah, the two factions that they have out right now are the Core Republic and the Union of Stars. And I think they just released some new mechs for the Core Republic. And it's all done by one guy. He's got a couple of people that work with him, but most of the work on Revelations is done by Rick Graham. He's a really nice guy. He has been very, very welcoming to the 3D printing community. The game is pretty well put together. It's not perfect. It certainly needs, like any tabletop game, it needs people playing it to really find the weaknesses in it. But the overall balance is pretty sound as far as giving infantry, tanks, and mechs, your three primary unit types, quite a lot to do. Like if you've got all mechs and you're super flexible with a bunch of big guns, infantry can like swarm over you, pull your pilots out of their mechs, and you're just screwed if you have no infantry support. Or if you're running all mechs and no tanks, you'll quickly find that while the mechs are a lot more flexible than the tanks have bigger guns and can fire more often. So you're just going to get hammered down with superior firepower. It's fairly clever, in my opinion, as far as 12 to 15 millimeter sci-fi war games go. Everyone is streaming, and I feel bad I can't watch all of them. It's okay. Gear Falcon, I understand, man. You don't have to be here. Go give Kat some love. She got a face cam, for God's sake. That deserves attention. And this, Wapple, is, if I may toot my own horn for a moment here, is the latest miniature that I myself have made. You might recognize Chopper from Star Wars Rebels, if you are familiar with that particular property. But I whipped this guy up a little bit ago and printed him out. I've been doing a lot of my own Star Wars figures lately. But being able to print is just... The feeling of designing a model from scratch, printing it out, and then painting it is like, oh man, it's like a drug. I'm sure I'll get over it at some point, but it's twice now that I've been able to print out my own minis and paint them. I got this guy. I've got these speeder bikes that I did, also from Star Wars Rebels, based on the Joe Johnston concept art from... I am a little washed out. My lighting is a little washed out today. I apologize for that. You can't really get all the details on this guy. Hang on, let me adjust that. Fang and Claw Hobbies, yo, 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 what's up, my man? How are things? I haven't seen you for a little while. Let's adjust that just slightly. Increase that. And a little bit higher contrast. I think that'll help. Not too much. Not too much. Yeah, okay, that's better. But yeah, these speeder bikes based on the Joe Johnston concept art from the 1970s for the original Star Wars. These I designed and printed myself and have been able to paint them here on stream. And, who else? These guys. These Imperial Sentry droids. Also from Star Wars Rebels. Based largely on the Dark Troopers from the 90s Star Wars game Dark Forces. But I think these came out really, really well, and I got 6 sculpts of these made, and then painted up. I'm using them as replacements for Death Troopers for Star Wars Legion. It's a journey. It really is. Hoping 3D scanning improves so that I can make STL files of my own traditional sculpts. That's what's next. In a big way, that's what's next. In a lot of ways, it's already here. There are some really good 3D scanners, but they're kind of few and far between, and they're kind of expensive. But yeah, no, keep an eye on that, man, because the 3D scanners are getting better, and I think within a year, you're going to see a really nice consumer model that's accessible. Thanks for saying so, Fang and Claw. And hey, Red Rogers Games, how you doing? Thanks for...
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love metallics. Hang on, I gotta pull up my Chopper reference image here to make sure I'm not putting stuff in the wrong spots. There we go.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it. Wapple, if you're still around, I would like to ask you one quick little... I don't want to say I want to ask you a favor. That's not what I want to do. I would like to invite you, rather, to participate in something that we do here on this stream that everybody has a pretty good time with. Specifically... towards the end of every stream, by towards the end, I mean at the end of every stream, we have a little bit we like to call the Storm Report. The very same Greg the Salt Miner, and all that really is sort of an audience share segment. My community here is pretty fantastic, and we share a lot of our creativity kind of behind the scenes, and behind the scenes, that's not true at all. We share it right out in our faces. But I'm a firm believer that to be creative, at least in my case, you have to consume the creativity of others. Not only does it not require I appreciate that you're in for that, but nudity is about the only thing that's actually forbidden. About the only thing. Yeah, the cat report. Go over there and post your nudity. Don't tell Cat I said that. No, the Storm Report is just sort of an audience picture review segment, and it's really easy to participate in. All you have to do is go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures that you'd like to share. And it's just general creativity. We have people who paint miniatures, we have people who do woodworking, we have people who do cross-stitch, we have people who do a little bit of everything. Anything that you use some creativity on and that you're feeling pretty good about and you'd like to share. And if you felt like participating, that'd be awesome. I really, really like it. When really any newcomer to the stream participates in the Storm Report. It's been a really excellent tool to both inspire myself, give myself ideas, and to inspire others to keep painting. We have some people who hadn't painted for a while before they got on this stream regularly, and we can kind of monitor their progress and give them advice as they grow. But it would be awesome if you felt like participating in that, man. Anything you've done recently, or it doesn't even have to be recent. It can be a work in progress. It can be something you painted a while ago that you're particularly proud of. And it's all very positive. We always, like, I know there's a tendency in miniature painting circles to have people say things like, oh, you make me look terrible. Oh, I'll never be as good a painter as you are. We discourage that strongly. We really try not to compare ourselves to other people, but we do try to take in the work of other people to be inspired by it. Because comparing yourself to other artists is, in my opinion, a mistake. You should never try to outpaint someone else. If that's why you're doing it, you're probably mixing your priorities up. The only person you should be trying to beat is yourself, and that's only if you want to. But that doesn't mean that we can't be inspired by others' work, take ideas from other people, take tips from other people. And that's really what the Storm Report's about. Inspiration. And community, for that matter. That would be me, 20-year hiatus. RJ Giddings, have you just gotten started painting again recently? That's exciting, man. Hey, Crocodile, what's up, man? Project Dark Fox, you around? Could we get a shout-out from my man Crocodile? Did we do a shout-out for Wapelius? We really should. If we haven't, I feel like a fool if we didn't. But let's get a shout-out from my boy Crocodile here. Good guy. Can't seem to find the Storm Report channel. It should be there under the, what heading is it under? It's definitely there. If you go under streaming. Under streaming, there should be stream pings and the Storm Report, and that should be accessible. Yeah, it's pretty close to the top. It gets recycled quite a bit. Hey, Flavalicious. What's up, man? Dark Fox, thank you so much for those shoutouts. Shoutouts? Shouts out? Shoutings out? What would be the correct nomenclature for that, I wonder? How you doing today, Crocodile? What are you working on, man? Or are you taking some time off? Yeah, working a bit on the old sassy utility droid. Wait, you can't see my air quotes. There they are. I'm gonna switch over to an off-white so I can start working up the panels on Chopper before going back to these tanks. What do I want to use? Looking for like a skeleton bone. What do you know? I have a skeleton bone from Reaper. That should do the job. I really have got to get one of these paint mixers. Because this is so lame. And I'm going to thin this out quite a bit. Speaking of unfinished miniatures... Did you ever finish that Annihilator? I don't want to show you where the Annihilator wound up. The Annihilator is going to start over with Papa Bear's sculpt that he did. I'm going to print that, and we're going to try another run at Clan Thunderskunk, because I swear to God that Annihilator is cursed. It is a cursed model. I have never been so confounded by a model in my life. Every time I start to get to like the 50% point of the paint job, I'm like, I hate this model. I hate it. I mean, we can continue to work on it, but last time I was working on it, O'Coral said he hated the paint job, and that hurt my feelings a little bit. We've darkened it significantly since then. It's very shiny right now. But this is where it's sitting currently, and I'm just like, do I continue? Really, I wonder why that is, Wapelius. It should be right there. You did like the black, so I think we're going to try with Papa Bears, and we're just going to go with our original concept. You like this? Oh, Coral, if you like this one, I'll finish painting this one. The last time you said you didn't like it. I just want to make you happy, oh, Coral. Oh, God. Okay, you know what? We'll keep working on this one. If you think this will work, we'll keep working on it. I'm thinking some diagonal black stripes. I think you'll like it. I preferred the Gatorade green. The Lemon Lime Annihilator. What's up, Aeon Drummond? How you doing? Okay, alright. We'll keep working on it. We'll do it. I got no problem with that. If you like the look of it, we'll continue working on it. Well, Peleus, that is odd. It should be available quite easily. Almost never use Discord. It's more mysterious than an Ender 3. Okay. If you're in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and actually, someone do me a favor. Give Wapelius an @ in the Storm Report channel. That should at least make it pop up and draw his attention to it. Of course, I don't know what your name is on Discord, so that might be more challenging than I make it out to be. Yeah, Dark Fox, would you mind handling that? Just, grab his username via DM or whatever necessary tool, and give him an @, give him a mention. That should make it pop up. Don't look forward to the tech issues whenever I get a printer. Crocodile, you know, they're really not that bad. People overstate the issues with printers pretty ridiculously, in my opinion. They're pretty easy to get a handle on. There's definitely a learning curve to, like, the Ender 3, for instance, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. Once you've used it for a while, like, you won't even think about it anymore. I've been running mine for about a year and a half, and, like, even fixing maintenance issues anymore is it's just time-consuming. It's not difficult. Well, this is the Painted Ogre. This is a miniature that I sculpted myself. I'm going to be spending a little bit of time doing some detailing on him to get Chopper just so. That, and I need to get this one painted up because I'm actually selling this sculpt on Steel Warrior Studios. My feelings on the Annihilator change day to day. Some days the chest and neck are just too crazy for me, and other days I love how distinctive it is. I admit that the one that Papa Bear has done, I see the Godzilla in it now. Well, Wapelius, we'll try to get you hooked up with that. If it's too much difficulty, I appreciate your willingness to participate one way or the other, my man. Even if the realities of technology prevent it from happening. I mean, you know, I'll cry myself to sleep, but that happens all the time anyway, so, like, don't put that on yourself. That's just another day at Thunderhead Studio. Regardless, Wapelius, thank you for being here today, man. I really appreciate you stopping in. You're a bit of a painting celebrity, my dude. And I know that I give shoutouts to, like, everybody who's a buddy of mine, but legitimately, if you're not following Wapelius and you're not catching his streams from time to time, you really should. You can learn a whole lot from watching him. Also, I don't know if we got a shout-out for Painted Ogre, did we? I'd love if we could. My mods. What would I do without you guys? I wouldn't shout anybody out. I'd be like, hey, go check this guy out. I'm too lazy to type anything. I like Cat more than you at least 50% of the time. At least 50. You know what? That's not bad. I'll take 50%. 50% is up in my average, baby. I need a raise, boss. Yeah, you know what I'll do? Dark Fox, I'm gonna double your salary. How does that sound? I mean, yeah. That's just accurate.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
It's true. Way more fun on Twitch than it was on YouTube for 7 years. Yeah, you just got started on Twitch pretty recently. What about, and you know, you can... I don't want to, like, put you on the spot, man. That's never my goal. If you just want to lurk, you go ahead and you lurk. You do whatever the hell you want to do, my friend. But, if I may ask, how would you compare the two? Because I haven't done streaming on YouTube. I've got some... I upload my streams to YouTube. I have a channel, but I don't stream there live. And I'm curious what you found the difference to be. A month late on my YouTube upload. I've been trying to make more YouTube content, and I keep talking about it, which I should stop doing. But it's still in progress. I'm not giving up on YouTube content. I owe some people some videos, and they're gonna get them. Damn it, they're gonna get them even if they suck. I think that I'm in. Thanks. Oh, excellent. I'm glad you guys got that taken care of. Thank you, Greg. I really appreciate that, man. Traylon, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh, Christ, what did Roland do this time?
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios,
This
where
is
the only
important.
rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. I understand that we're on the internet, and I understand that when a man gets on the internet, when some women get on the internet, the urge to take pictures of your junk can be overwhelming. I get that, you know? I'm not saying you're a bad person because of it. I'm just saying don't post it in my Discord. That's all I'm saying. For the love of God. Oh, Traylon's really on top of me today, making sure I don't slouch too much. With the Twitch for live streaming after YouTube wiped out 2 of my live streams a few minutes in. Ugh, that's no good. Yeah, I've noticed that YouTube is really aggressive with the strikes. Really aggressive. Like, none of my shit can be monetized, even though I'm using music that is confirmed to be, what's the phrase I'm looking for? License free. They always hit me for that. Every single time. More discoverable, but very territorial. Yeah. I've found Twitch to be royalty-free, exactly. I've found Twitch to be very community-oriented.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
That is a dirty, dirty paint pot. Oh, Peleus, though, I have found Twitch to be very, very community-oriented. Most of the painters here seem to know each other. And they've all been very welcoming to me, which I've really, really appreciated. People are very willing to share tips and do shout-outs and build sort of a little community of painters. I can see how if that's not the case on YouTube, that would get tiring. I think it's the human element in real time. I could see that, Crocodile. I find that streaming here on Twitch is interesting because it's both expansive. Like, you can sit here and you can have 50 people in your chat, And, like, it's different for the... I mean, I'm about to say something just downright stupid. It's different for the streamer and the watcher, obviously. But it's like, you know, you sitting in your home, it's kind of just like, here I am on your screen and I'm talking to you. But then for me over here, I'm trying to talk to, like, a whole lot of people at once. I don't know, it's interestingly personal. And I have found the community aspect of it to be the most attractive aspect of it in many ways. We have built kind of a little sub-painting community just around Thunderhead Studio here, and it's the reason I keep coming back. It keeps me motivated and it keeps me inspired. And the same thing with a number of other painters. I've developed friendships with a number of other paint streamers. Crocodile included. I love Crocodile's stream. He's so... like, if I had to pick something that set Crocodile apart as a streamer, it's that he is so much more... maybe I'm just comparing him to myself. More positive. And remarkably polite. Really goes out of his way to make everybody feel welcome. It's something that I really admire about him. Certainly more positive than I am. I complain a lot on this stream. I go way out of my way to bitch about a lot of things. It's the closest thing to sitting around the painting table at your FLGS or a con and talking shit. That's exactly what I found, Roland. In fact, this stream for me, and I know I've told a number of you this already. If you've been on this stream, you've heard me say this before. This stream has, and my intent for it was just to motivate me to paint, to sit down at my desk and paint for at least 4 hours at a time, at least 3 times a week. That was the initial goal, and it does that perfectly. But what I've discovered is that, because I used to live in San Antonio, Texas, and that's where I met Greg the Salt Miner and Play and Win and a number of other people. And the gaming community down there is fantastic. It's really inclusive. There are a lot of game stores. If something isn't happening at your favorite local game store, guess what? There's going to be another one with an event going on, and you can go check it out. And I hung out at the game store, like, a whole lot, and I'd hang around the paint rack, and we'd talk about new model releases, and somebody would be painting some stuff, and maybe we'd give some advice, and you'd paint a new army, and you'd come in, and people would want to you know, see what you've been working on. You could follow other people's progress, and there were good Facebook groups, and it was a lot of fun. And I moved rurally up here in Colorado, and getting to my friendly local game store is kind of a huge pain in the ass now. It's significantly further away from me than... because I used to just, like, roll down the street and pop into the tabletop. Or Corda Gamers, as it was later known. And, like I said, it's a lot harder to do now. But this stream has largely replaced that for me. This is like getting to hang out with my buddies at the game store and bullshit about what's going on in games and talk about the latest movies that we watched and, you know, and also do some painting. That's certainly a big part of it, you might have guessed. We've gone over Rule 1 a couple of times, White Wolf, just to make sure that nobody is posting their junk. Submission rules, we do, Wapelius, if you're posting pictures, we do limit it to 3. We didn't used to. It's just that the Storm Report tends to go on for a while now. We get a lot of submissions, and we've had a couple that have gone like an hour or more. So we do limit people to 3 images. Does anyone want to see my ELH? I always want to see your ELH. Roland, post some up, man. Posted pics of oil painting minis in the Discord. I can toss tutorial links in there for... Yeah, if you would jump into one of the other channels, one of the other just general mini painting channels, Wapelius, I would love it if you posted some links to your tutorials. They're fantastic tutorials. The Storm Report gets cleaned out every time, and we do limit it to 3 submissions per person per stream. But it's more of an active, like, what are you up to this week kind of a thing. A Grelin Earth doesn't play well with MDF bases. Womp womp. Almost nothing plays well with MDF if you don't seal it, Painted Ogre. And then we have Cat Ion, the mod extraordinaire and streaming legend herself, coming in with a rate of 11 people. Thank you so much, Cat. How's everybody doing? It's a cat raid. We need a we need a better phrase.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
You gonna get it. You gonna get it, as it were. How are things, Cat?
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah.
The one person we don't have in here is Chaotic Harmony. He's over there schlubbing it up on MechWarrior Online or something. I think 6 of those 11 are us. We just raided ourselves. It was like a recursive raid, if you will. Post my progress when I got some on this awesome cousin. Are you working on the adequate? Yeah, Cat, you missed it. I was shit talking you for like 30 solid minutes. You can check the VOD. Thank you so much for that raid, Cat Ion. Cat, would you mind giving a shout out to Cat Ion for me real quick? Why would you do that, Siestinator? What the hell is wrong with you people? Why don't you like avocados? That's a good way to make people feel included in a community, right? Ask them, what the hell is wrong with you people? No, Hethrir, nobody... Hethrir. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I'm just saying. You're just doing it to piss me off at this point. Like, I mean, come on. Come on. Yeah, but now you're here twice. Hey. Is he having connection issues? I'm sorry to hear that. In your professional opinion. In what way can someone have a professional opinion that avocados are gross? Are you a chef? Just a professional avocado hater? In my professional opinion, as an avocado loather, I must say that they are quite disgusting. I mean, sure, why the hell not? I'm not listening to any of you on that subject. Avocados are fucking amazing. They're delicious. And all claims to the contrary are ignored. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you guys are wrong about so many things so constantly. It's kind of depressing. You know, I would be depressed if I were that wrong. But you also, a lot of these people also like Albanese gummies, so we really can't take their word on almost anything. Thank you, Machine God. Yes! Will someone please promote Machine God to mod immediately? Or as he is now known, Machine Mod. Avocados actually make me sitch. They make me sitch, which is a good thing. A little known fact, sitch comes from the original Latin root word for magnanimous and healthy. To make one sitch is actually to make one healthier and more in tune with the well-being of his fellow men. So thank you for saying that, Dark Fox. No, don't leave, Cat. You are utterly irreplaceable, Cat. Making us healthy against our will. If that's what has to happen, you know, we'll do it. Asuna likes avocados, see? What's up, Asuna? How you doing? Alright, I think I've taken this about as far as I can on these legs. Oh, nope, I missed a spot. Don't mind me, I'm just taking forever on Chopper today. I think by now we've established that everybody who's cool likes avocados, and everybody who's an attention-seeking edgelord says they hate avocados to get a rise out of us cool people who like avocados. This is mathematically proven. Yeah. Sea cat? We did. Oh, we don't talk about candy anymore because that nearly came to blows. That got ugly fast. What can I say? We disagree about a lot of things here. We're a pretty eclectic bunch. The Arch Edge Master himself. The Arch Edge Master. I wear that title with pride. Have I told you today how I hate Rogue One because it's popular? I'm fucking cool and I don't like avocados. Well, you know, one of these things is not like the other cat. One of these things is true. Yeah, I say Gear Falcon's cool too. I should make chicken and avocado pasta. Oh, that sounds delicious, Crocodile. See, I knew I liked you for a reason. I just didn't know that reason was your culinary mastery. That does sound delicious. Alright, now for the main panels. Recently got into playing the BattleTech video game. I assume we're talking about the Harebrained Schemes 2019. Did that come out in 2019? Or 2018? The recent BattleTech, though, I assume is what we're talking about. Also, that's awesome. It's a great game. How you doing, Knax? Welcome, welcome. Is it Knax or could it be Knax? Because we have a K-Max, and that's going to get confusing for me. I'm already confused, if I'm being honest. But I think I was technically confused when I hit go live today, so I don't know that that's really a unique state for me. More just an overall way of being. I'm gonna have to pin wash this a little bit later to bring some of that detail back. That's okay. Picked it up on Steam sale. It's a great game. It really is. 26. Yeah, I was like, as I said 2019, I was like, something's wrong with this because I've been playing that game for years. It couldn't have come out in 2019. What's wrong with my brain? Knax. Or just Nax. Okay, yeah, let's go with Nax. I'm fine with Nax. Guacamole on a BLT? That's the business. Okay, so there's this sandwich shop in Monterey, California. I don't know if any of you guys ever... I know we got some military in here in the chat. I don't know if any of you guys ever got stationed at DLI out in Monterey. But anybody who was in Monterey for any reason knows about Compaños. Compaños. The greatest sandwich shop in the history of sandwich shops. God, I miss that place. But they would make a BLT there. I mean, this thing was like the size of a dinner plate. The bread that they made it on, the fresh baked bread. and he would put on like a straight up half-inch layer of bacon, and then he would peer pressure you into putting avocado on it. And yeah, it would be like a thick layer of bacon, really nice fresh lettuce, got some mayo on there, a thick layer of avocado, and then some fresh onions. And and then some really, really good tomatoes. Oh, God. I can feel my heart pumping slower just talking about it. I never got to, I don't think I ever went to the Chino Bandito. I went to, oh hell, what's it called? That huge Mexican restaurant downtown that's been there for like 100 years that I should really remember the name of. I went there a lot. Oh God, this is gonna kill me until I remember the name of that place. My favorite burger joint has that one of the burgers is so good. Yeah, guac on a bacon burger, man. That's the way to be. Man, Rufasal, I'm so sorry, man. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry. Sorry for destroying you with all this talk of food while you're on a liquid diet. That's, Cat, there are a lot of mechs. There are a whole lot of mechs. Now, a lot of the mechs that are in MechWarrior, the BattleTech game, there is a good chance I've painted at least one of them because a lot of them are 3025 mechs. But there are a lot of mechs, and many of them I have not painted. No, not Casa Bonita. Jesus Christ. Not Casa Bonita. Absolutely not. Why can't I remember the name of this giant Mexican restaurant in San Antonio? I've been there. Like, we used to go there at 3 a.m. after we got out of a concert. We went and saw Guar and then ate at this place. I feel just like a moron. It's jumping right out of my head. I can never think of anything when I'm on stream. Guys, when the stream ends, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I know so many things. But when I'm on stream, just right out. Right out. I'm not talking about Chacho's, Greg, though I did eat quite a lot at Chacho's. It's the one, it's right next to the Mexican market that they have every weekend. It fills like 3 fucking buildings. Not the Alamo. The Alamo's not a restaurant. Chacho's is all over town. They have that big mural of famous Mexican people in the one room. They have a picture of Bill Clinton eating a giant burrito on the wall. Oh, super fries. I do enjoy some super fries. Not the Alamo Cafe. What the hell? Why can't I think of the name of this place? This is killing me. We went and saw the Revolting Cocks and then ate there at 3 a.m. I'm a fool. I'm gonna remember it the second that I end the stream. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I'll be like, thanks guys, and remember, keep on painting. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, shit, that was it. Poopy. The Riverwalk is fun like one time. At least in my experience. Like, I did the Riverwalk a couple of times. I guess if you're into the party nightlife, it can be cool, but you realize real quick when you're living in San Antonio that all the Riverwalk really is overpriced. Mi Tierra! Thank you so much, Play and Win. It's Mi Tierra. That is the place. It's so good. It's so good. And it is open 24 hours a day, which is a big boon. They had an amazing bar, too. Really, really incredible all-wood hand-carved bar with a huge, like Mexican flag-style eagle over top of it. I love that place. Yeah, Mi Tierra's been there for like 100 years. Yeah, don't... Manro, if you're going to the Riverwalk for the swimming, you're going for the wrong reason, man. Don't go in the water. The best looking the Riverwalk water ever is on St. Patrick's Day when they turn it green. And you can't see all the scum and the filth quite so much. Machine God 777. That is a two-way tie. My favorite mech, my favorite battle mech, my favorite Battletech battle mech. Two-way tie. Shadowhawk, Orion. I have a hard time choosing between those two, but I will choose those two over basically everything else. I like the Griffin quite a lot too. But the Shadowhawk and the Orion are where I live. Now, people will argue with me on that one. People don't like the Shadowhawk. People don't think it's as min-maxed as it should be. To those people, I say, watch some anime, you uncultured swine! And then I apologize, because that was a rude thing to say. Important question, best wash on blue. Rogue, that depends on what exactly it is you're attempting to accomplish. If you're just looking to add some shadows and deepen the blue, you can't really go wrong with a blue wash for the most part. If you're looking to maybe desaturate it a little bit, you can go with a black wash. Howdy, howdy. What's up, Pawnburn? Good to see you. Oh man, the Shadowhawk has a soft spot in my heart because I got it really early on. The HBS Battletech game, you did all the way to the end game. I love the Shadowhawk. It's such a generalist. Now, I will fully admit that the reason I love the Shadowhawk is not strictly because of what it is in the game, but because it was the primary, the hero mech of Fang of the Sun Dougram. It was the Dougram. And I love that show. Yep, that's another good answer too, Greg. You can go with a red or even a warm brown wash. Again, depending on what you're looking to do to the blue. For a Brigade of Guards commission, you might try, a red-based purple, or maybe like a red-brown. That could work. Agrax Earthshade goes with anything. Cybern Knight's not wrong. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go check Crunchyroll for updates after he calls me a weeb. Oh wait, that's the joke! Crocodile's a funny guy! Bunch of nerds watching your cartoons. I'm gonna go watch Attack on Titan. Cataphract is a good pick. I like the nature of the Cataphract. I like the story of the Cataphract more than I like the actual mech. I also like the Charger. It's possible I just like the Charger because I am such an edgelord. But the Charger represents one of my favorite things about Battletech, and that is that, suboptimal mechs with good stories. The Charger is a terrible mech. It's awful. It's huge, and it's fast-ish for its size, but really not all that fast. And it has like 5 small lasers. But the story behind how it became somewhat successful in 3025 is entertaining as hell. And that it was always a garbage mech, and then a bunch of them got basically mothballed. And then, several hundred years passed, and in that several hundred years, most mechs were destroyed. Circe! I don't know why I have to say it that way. Circe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Teeny tiny, teeny Circe. I have no idea why I have to say it that way. Hunchback is the best IS mech because I love ballistics. But you're talking about the non-sparkle shoulder Hunchy. But the best Hunchy is definitely fucking Captain Laser, Lord of the Pew Pew, 6M Laz. Used to work with miniature clay, and holy crap, the pain to add tiny eyes. I feel your pain, seriously, I really do. Painting eyes in particular drives me a little crazy, but I've been getting better at it lately. Watching some miniature artists who are better at it than I am and taking tips from them. There are definitely some strategies you can apply to make it easier on yourself, but ultimately it comes down to steadying your hand a lot of the time. My hands shake now, sadly. There are a lot of things. Now, I don't know how bad your handshake is, and this may not apply. It could be to a point where you really don't want to mess with it. Or it could be, you know, genuinely worse than most people's, in which case, I'm so sorry, because that sucks. But there are a lot of techniques you can employ to take the shake out of your hands. Or not really take the shake out of your hands, but mitigate the effect that the shake has on painting. You'll notice a lot of the time when I paint, in fact, all the time when I'm painting, I am bracing my hands together. My hands will be forming some type of an A-frame, or I'll have these two fingers pressed against something, and my hands will be shaking, but they'll be shaking the same shake at the same time, so it sort of means no shake at all. And also, as Firestarter says, paint again, paint yet again, rinse and repeat. Just keep going over it over and over until it's where you want it to be. I don't worry about painting fast. Sometimes I'll do something where I'm like, I'm doing a speed paint, but most of the time I'm just taking my time and having fun. Of course, people who watch this stream know that, because I'll take 4 hours to do something that should have taken me a half hour. But, you know, I gotta wrangle this gaggle of savages at the same time, so I'll use that as my excuse. And a solid excuse it is. Not always, Firestarter. There's definitely times when I'm not trying to do just tabletop quality. But, yeah, a lot of the time I'll have people go, remember, you said you wanted to do tabletop quality. And I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, fine, I'll stop. I'll stop doing the same stupid blend. This is just gonna take me forever. What kind of sculpting did you do? Seriously, you did miniature sculpting. For a business or just for fun? Well, yeah, but, I mean, if you upgrade it, but my favorite charger is the basic charger, the shitty charger. The charger that is only good because at the time that you're using it in, most mechs are scrapped, and it's hard to build new ones. And essentially, if it has 2 legs and a gyro and an engine that isn't about to explode, it's pretty good. But then, like I said, I'm a 3025 fanboy. I would even take it back further than 3025 if I were able. If you really wanted to get me edgy, I'd be like, fucking original Battle Droid storyline, back when they were like, nobody has built a battle mech in 100 years. They retconned that almost immediately, but I liked that setup. The idea that battle mechs aren't just rare, but essentially extinct. So if you've got one, you're pretty special. Alright, I'm going to do another round of highlights on those front panels, but for now, that's pretty good. I'm going to do the back panels, and then I'm going to move over to my speeder bike for a bit. How do you feel about a redemption where you paint a canon character's mech? I'm not opposed to that, Roland. That takes a lot of the decision-making off of me, which I don't hate. I had a pretty good time working on Dark Fox's mech the other day, specifically because I didn't really have to think about which colors I was going to put where too much. Like, you know, to a degree, and I need to finish working on this guy. But the overall color choices were already made, and I think they actually came out pretty nice. We toyed with the idea of having an anti-clan game where we ran a bunch of chargers and relied on physicals to stomp a clanner. Fairly cheap in BV and quite fast. And they're heavy enough that when they get up and they start punching you, man, you feel it. Oh man, do you feel it. I don't want to do too much on the back here, because this is angled down away from the light and on the back of the Mini. So there's going to be some pretty heavy shadows. New laptop ordered. I'm glad to hear that you have a new laptop ordered, but I am sad at the circumstances in which you had to do it, Roland. Working with mostly Army Painter paints. Machine God, that is not the case. Army Painter, you will find I'm using some occasional Army Painter paints, and I'm using mostly Army Painter washes, because I like them quite a bit. My paints that I'm using are primarily Reaper and Vallejo. Lots of Reaper and a good amount of Vallejo. Firestarter, that's all that it has to be, man. And, you know, there's so many minis where I'm like, I'm going to paint this mini, and it's going to be the greatest looking thing that anybody's ever done. And I paint it for a while. And then I hit a point where I'm like, you know what? That's good enough. I'm happy. Let's move on. It's important to recognize that point. If you're happy with it, I'd love to see it. Reaper, I'm a big fan of their Master Series and high density paints. I think that as far as paint quality, like the actual quality of the paint itself goes, I think Reaper is a higher quality in general than Vallejo for model painting specifically. But I mean, that's really, really by a thin margin. And it's just because I find that the Reaper paints they have a pigment density that works really, really nicely to get quick and easy coverage. And they have a flow aid that's just formulated right into the paint. So they thin very easily and very well. I don't have as many consistency problems with thinning and working with Vallejo paints as with Reaper paints as I sometimes do with Vallejo paints. And again, this is not saying, well, Vallejo's bad. Vallejo's really quite good. I just think that Reaper is maybe a little bit nicer. At least that's been my experience with it. And it's going to come down to preference. Different people prefer different brands of paint for different reasons. It depends on how you paint, too. But I could say that if you picked up some Reaper, I don't think you'd be sorry. On some Cardboard Dungeon. Dude, share it up, Traylon. I'd love to see it. Yes, Vallejo's Metallics. The Vallejo Air Color Metallics. Really nice. And see, that's it. You're going to find that certain brands are better at certain things, depending on how you paint. I like Army Painter Metallics. A lot of people don't. Vallejo Metallics are primo. Really, really nice. Okay, there are better metallics out there, depending on specifically what it is you're trying to do. But as a general rule, they make among the best metallics. Yeah, but I consider Scale 75 to be like an upper tier paint. And you've definitely got your, in my opinion, kind of low tier paints. I consider Citadel to be low tier, not because the quality of the paint is bad, but because it comes in pots and I hate it. There are certain products of theirs that I do use and that I do recommend, but their general paint line I stay away from for the most part. I consider Vallejo's Game Color line to be middle to low. Good, reasonable quality paint, but you have to do some work on it. You have to thin it plenty. I think that Vallejo Air Color is like right smack dab in the middle, and Reaper's general line, right smack dab in the middle, midline paints. I think Reaper Master Series and High Density are on the upper tier of mid-level. And then you get into high-level paints, and I would say that's like Scale 75. I've heard really good things about Pro Acryl. I haven't used it, so I can't say it's definitely there, but that's kind of where I think of it as. It's a higher-tier paint. Doesn't Vallejo make that brand of metallics different than every other company? Are you talking about the, like, liquid gold? Because they do, and liquid gold is really something. Yeah, it's hard to like the pots. The pots are terrible. What Citadel has going for it really is, number one, accessibility. You can buy it almost everywhere that miniatures are sold, because everywhere that miniatures are sold sells Games Workshop product, and thus Citadel paints. They also have a lot of different colors. Like a lot of different, very, very fine colors. Which is to say, like, lots of really fine variations within different hues. Thank you very much for the reminder, Traylon. And they have this sort of paint by numbers system, which helps a lot of newbie painters out, where it's like you get a box, and on the box is a picture of a paint job, and then if you dig in a little bit, they have specifically hired a painter to paint a very achievable, and this is something that Greg the Salt Miner and I have talked about. We sort of watched as the paint jobs from the heavy metal guys changed, because it used to be that heavy metal paint jobs, and they still are to a degree, but it used to be that the heavy metal team paint jobs were like really high tier paint jobs, comparatively speaking. They were really, really nice. And over time, they brought the heavy metal paint jobs down to a level of achievability. They started using more accessible painting techniques, and they started very specifically trying to pull it down to, like, what's a paint job we can achieve within 3 to 4 steps? And now, the heavy metal paint jobs that you find on the covers of boxes from Games Workshop and such are like... They're almost... That's what I'm looking for. Idiot-proof is not the phrase I'm looking for. It's what comes to mind, but it's not what I'm looking for. It's, They're good for new painters. They're, like I said, paint by numbers. You can look up, well, they use these colors, they applied them in these steps to these specific places. So if you buy a model and you want to replicate the paint job on the box, they'll give you exactly what you need to get that done. And that's a strong selling point for their whole system. And contrast paints have done a lot for people as well. I personally don't use contrast paints. I use a similar technique sometimes that I kind of developed myself. I'm lying. I didn't develop it myself. It's a painting technique that's been around for a while, and a lot of people worked on developing it, and then they turned that into the contrast paint system, essentially. But I mean, contrast paints are great. If you're a newbie painter, or if you don't care about painting all that much, like, yeah, they're approachable, they're accessible, they're achievable. These are all good words for exactly what the Citadel paint jobs are. Exactly, Rogue 19K, because if you're using Citadel paints, you can just ask, what specific color is that? And they'll give you exactly what color it is and tell you exactly where to apply it. And yeah, that'll get you going. But there's a ceiling on that, and eventually you hit a point where you're like, I want something more. And if they didn't use pots, if they just gave us the paints in dropper bottles like sane fucking human beings and weren't money-grubbing assholes who were constantly looking for you to try out your paints and buy more of them and then selling them at inflated prices, that is my biggest complaint about Citadel, is their paints are overpriced for what they are, and I'm telling you, the pots are specifically engineered to spill and to dry out. You think there isn't a marketing professional somewhere who knows that is exactly their purpose, you're living on Fantasy Island. They could put them in dropper bottles, they absolutely could, they have the money. In the number of times I've seen them release new paint pots, they totally could have switched to using dropper bottles. They're just not going to, because there's not as much money in them. The irony, to me, being that if they switched to dropper bottles, I would buy their paints. But I guess I'm not the market they're looking for. And that's a big thing too, Firestarter. Like I said, there's an accessibility question. Citadel paints are everywhere. If there's a store where you can't buy Vallejo or Reaper, you can definitely buy Citadel every single time. They have market saturation. That's, in my opinion, that's why 40K is so popular a game, is almost purely market saturation. I maintain that the actual game, 40K, including 9th edition, is not really that good a game. Like, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's a terrible game and you should feel bad for playing it. Nothing like that. It's just, there are better games. There really are. But you know what those better games aren't? They're not a part of an international, saturated mega company, which Games Workshop's not that big, but in comparison to most miniature companies, they're very large. It's not as, they're not as in your face. And they captured a really, really fun aesthetic back in the 80s, and they've just been rolling with it since then, and that keeps selling it. But it's market saturation. It's the fact that, you play 40K because if you're playing 40K and you're moving to a new city, you can be guaranteed to find a game of 40K someplace. There's a security in it. If you're playing another game that you might like better, like, I think that Warlord Games' Beyond the Gates of Antares is a better game than Warhammer 40K. I really think that it is. However, good fucking luck finding games. And that's a huge part of tabletop gaming. A huge part of tabletop gaming. If there aren't people around you who play the game as well, getting them into the game is like pulling teeth. But with 40K, you can almost always find a game, so it's safe. You feel perfectly safe investing large quantities of money, because you'll always be able to use the product. Is there a game people should feel bad about playing? Infinity. You fucking nerds. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I don't really mean that. Have you ever played a game called Bolt Action Gear Falcon? I absolutely have. Beyond the Gates of Antares is essentially a refinement of Bolt Action, with a bunch of sci-fi hooey added in, and that's kind of why I like it. Monopoly. I do live in the middle of nowhere, though, so Citadel is the easy pick. See, and there's nothing wrong with that, Crocodile. I have the benefit of being able to access a whole lot of different paint brands, and I just take advantage of it. And, I like to bitch about things. So. Yeah, that's exactly it, Firestarter. I want to get into Battletech, but accessibility is still the issue there. Finding people who play Battletech is really hard to do. Like, stupid hard to do. How you doing, Silver Hydra? Have I said hi to you yet? If I haven't, I meant to. Alright, what have I missed? That panel's going to be green, so I don't need to do that. I did the leg. Alright, that's the first layer of highlights. This is going to be green, that's going to be green, these are going to be different colors, so I'm leaving them. That's going to be blue. That is a good first pass for my basic highlight on Chopper. And he's coming together pretty well. What do you think? Wah, 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 wah. Do you guys know Dave Filoni was the voice of Chopper? He was always credited in the show as Chopper as himself, but that was Dave Filoni. Yeah, no, Silver Hydra, I completely agree with you on that. Battletech is a... I tell people, Battletech is an a la carte game system. If you come into it expecting what you get out of 40k, it's different. You have to know what you want before you start a game, and you have to have an opponent who wants to play the same sort of game as you. With 40k, you can be like, we're using this rule system, we're playing this mission, boom, let's go. With Battletech, there's a lot more nuance to it. I look at classic Battletech as not really a competitive, crunchy game system at all. It's more of a random bullshit simulator. It's like a role-playing game. New hobby store starting to get Vallejo stuff in as well, and a nice hobby tool, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, dude, if you can get more Vallejo paints, you're going to enjoy them. I almost guarantee it. Let me glue down these Marvel figures now that their bases have set a little bit. And then I'm going to move over to a speeder bike for a wee bit. Yeah, finding people who play Battletech that you want to play with is even harder. Finding someone who agrees with you on what makes Battletech fun is a challenge. For those of us who are 30-25 oriented in particular, because most of the time people are like, let's play Clan Mechs. I've optimized a Clan Mech. It has 19 ERPPCs and a bajillion double heat sinks. And I'm like, I got a fucking Shadowhawk 2H, man. What are you doing to me? Calm down. I want to overheat sometimes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The game color is like lower tier. It's when you get into air color that their stuff really comes together. I use their air color for more than just airbrushing. I agree. I feel like... Now, for some people, Battletech is min-maxing mechs and designing your own shit, and that's great for them. I'm glad that they have fun doing it, but for me, Battletech is a very different game. For me, Battletech is taking a suboptimal design in a less-than-ideal circumstance and making it work, because the premise, the feel, the lore is such that you should be thanking your lucky stars that you have a mech at all. And the mech is probably 250 years old, if it's young. Mechs need to have limitations, or to me, they stop being fun. The point of the game is not to min-max. It's not to just stick a bunch of numbers together that make you smile and give you a power fantasy. But, I mean, some people want to do that, and I can't tell them that they're wrong. I just know that I don't want to play with them, that's all. And that is a problem that you have less with games like 40k, where, yeah, there might be some cheese. Certainly there's going to be some cheese, but you can still play against it. It won't completely change the nature of the game. There's Black Widow getting glued down. Yeah, going into battle and dumping your machine gun ammo so you don't cook it off. Now, I'll admit that one of the first house rules I do is always that machine gun ammo doesn't explode. Because that's always felt a bit silly to me. That makes machine guns almost entirely unusable. But, you know, it's an old game, and it's rare in that it's a game system that... Battletech hasn't really had any, like, new additions in, like, almost 30 years. Like, it's had modifications, sure. There have been errata, but there hasn't really been an, oh, here's a whole new game system. The one time they tried to do that was they tried to change the nature of the game entirely and do, like, click tech, and I saw how that went over. I've heard that Age of Sigmar is better balanced than 40k, but I personally have not played it. I don't think 40k has... Guys, honestly, 40k has never been balanced. Not really. That's just not what you should be expecting out of the game, in my opinion. And for my money, the weakest part of Warhammer 40k is the I go, you go system. If they were willing to drop that, I'd be much more willing to come back to the game. But it's just such an antiquated way of activating for the purposes of a war game. It's one of the reasons that I like Beyond the Gates of Antares and Bolt Action as much as I do. I like their random draw. Now, I know random might not be the best way to choose activations, but I mean, look at the activation system for Star Wars Legion. Now, I know that FFG games have their own set of issues. There are certain... I mean, they tend towards lots and lots of tokens. They tend towards proprietary tools, movement tools, and special dice and shit like that. But you can kind of ignore all that. Any die that is special for Star Wars Legion, you can go ahead and convert that to a die chart for a standard die and play the game with basic dice. Like, there's nothing really stopping you from doing that. But they are willing to experiment with new game mechanics that, in my opinion, some of them have been really, really good. The activation system for Legion, I love. The activation and movement system for Rune Wars, rest in peace, Rune Wars. We hardly knew ye. I can't believe they killed that game. Rune Wars was a really, really good game. Yeah, the lack of simultaneous fire, but I mean, you just kind of, you have to roll that into your strategy. You know, Rogue? My stream keeps freezing. Is anybody else having that problem, or is that just Rogue right now? Is my stream stuttering / freezing? Yeah, Battletech, what it has going for it is a whole lot of nostalgia, baby. A whole lot of nostalgia. It may just be you, Rogue, and I'm sorry if that's the case. I'm going to work on a little bit of Star Wars now. Guys, I am going to get up. I should be gone no more than 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright? I gotta grab something real quick. I'll be right back. I know Play and Win. God, Play and Win. Dude, some of my favorite gaming memories of the last 10 years are playing Rune Wars with you and with Greg the Salt Miner. I love that game. And we're back. Biggest issue with Battletech is how long each turn takes. Yeah. Classic Battletech, for me, really tops out at Lance vs. Lance. With 4-mechs versus 4-mechs. If we go higher than that, even I start to lose interest. One of the only reasons that I can play Battletech regularly is that I have a game room. It's not attached to the house. It's an old bunkhouse where farmhands used to sleep. I live on an old ranch. And the wife and I can go out there, and we can play Battletech for 4 hours, 6 hours, and then just be like, alright, I'm going to bed. And we stop, and we put shit down, and we mark our sheets, and we leave, and then we can come back and pick it up later. 4 hours? Battalion versus... That's insane. I don't know how you would do that. I'm not a huge fan of Alpha Strike either, but I know a lot of people are. What's going on, Jack? Oh, you want to see Captain America? You want to see... I just finished basing 6 of the Marvel Crisis Protocol figures for you, my man, Jack. Let me adjust my focus and give you some close-up shots. Starting off with America's ass. Captain America himself. Let me see. Looks like we're right just about there. This is, I'm feeling pretty good about this finished paint job. This is about where I'm leaving him. I don't know if you can see his eyes. But I'm actually pretty pleased with how his eyes came out. And there, of course, is America's ass, ladies and gents. He needs a varnish coat. But other than that, he's pretty much done.
Do you
I think
like
the shield
sexy
came out nice.
battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
Thank you, Kursala.
Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. And we got Black Widow, who was also at the finished stage. There's one thing I forgot to highlight her handgun. I might have to do that. I think she came out pretty good.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
This is some of the best red hair I've ever done. I'm not great at doing hair overall, but this is some of the best red hair I've ever done, in my opinion. And decent looking eyes. They're very, very fine detail. You almost can't see them unless you get really up close to her, but her eyes look pretty good, I think. Who else we got? We got Spider-Man. I'm not totally happy with how Spider-Man came out, if I'm being honest. I think he could use a little bit more love, but yeah, you know, he's booty wedges. It's not gonna be. Iberben, you're not always gonna get your way, man. I do need to add some more of Chaotic Harmony's bits to the stream, though. Not super happy with Spider-Man, but I think he looks pretty good. And then we got Red Skull, who, I feel like I could have done a better job on his head, but you watch me paint this one for the most part, Jack. Spidey don't need the groin thrust. All in all, I think he came out okay. You know what, I watched Sarastro do this one after I painted it, and he said one thing at the very beginning that just struck me and made me realize how dumb I was in my fundamental assumptions, my fundamental choices of color on Red Skull. And you know what it was? He said, I want to do blue OSL on the Tesseract, which is like, of course you do. Of course you want to do blue OSL on the Tesseract. He says, so I'm going to use a warm black for his coat to contrast with. And I'm just like, oh my god, that's so fucking obvious, and it's such a good choice. Such a good choice. So much better. I just immediately went to cold colors for his leather, because that's just... when I paint leather, I usually use cold colors. But if I'd been thinking, and I want to do a cold glow, I wanted warm colors on the coat to contrast with. It would have looked... amazing. But it didn't occur to me. It did not occur to me, and Sarastro is he's really good at what he does. And then I'm pretty pleased with Baron Zemo. Not his sword. I want to redo the sword blade on this guy. On what the hell is stuck to him? These pieces of plastic and a hair. Okay, get rid of that. But I think Baron Zemo came out pretty good. Yeah, I agree. Great anecdote for good fundamentals over recipes. Because I went with my standard recipe. And, I shouldn't have. I should have thought more about it before I picked that. Has a nice pink cockpit. I'm really pretty happy with Zemo. Again, the sword blade needs to be redone. It looks kind of like shit. But I feel like the sword hilt, the belt buckle, and his goofy little crown all came out pretty good. And his coat. I'm actually pretty pleased with the color that we got on his coat. It did look a little bit like baby poop as we were doing it. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh, and I got Crossbones. Though, if I'm being honest, Crossbones look kind of... He looks a little bit like shit compared to some of the other paint jobs I've done on here. But I did his eyes. I don't know if you can see his eyes. But I did his eyes, and I'm not going to come back and revisit him. I'm happy with where he landed. It's a simple thing, Crocodile, and it's something that I'm trying to, like you said, good fundamentals over recipes. I'm trying to take those fundamentals more into account. Choosing my colors for how I want them to contrast, rather than just, oh, I'm painting leather, so I use these colors. We've talked about it a few times on the stream. It's all about making good choices when you start painting, understanding color composition. And there's really nothing for it but practice. And it's not that the miniatures can't look fantastic without putting a whole lot of effort into... I think Frank Grillo would totally approve of my Crossbones. How could you say that? Roland, Frank Grillo is a personal hero of mine. Okay, hero's probably strong. I do think Frank Grillo is pretty cool, though. Resub day 5 months, Jack. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Of course, you know, I'm apparently holding your models hostage until I get a certain number of months of subscription out of you. We're gonna be doing some more Marvel Crisis Protocol before long. I have. It's about 7 months actually, Jack. A lot of people are just now hitting their 6-month resub point. And I started about a month before that, so I've been doing this for about 7 months. Which, man, how the time flies. I thought I'd be sick of this by now, and I'm just not. So, you know, we're going to keep going. Next up for Marvel Crisis Protocol, I'm going to be doing Dr. Octopus. And then probably MODOK. I really want to put some effort into MODOK. I don't know if you guys have seen the model for MODOK. Let me just grab him real quick. Let me just grab him. I'll have to stand up to do it. Everyone who isn't super familiar with the Marvel Universe may not know who MODOK is. I believe it stands for Mechanized Organism Designed Only for Killing. That's MODOK. And, I love that they just went full fucking comic book with this model, because look at this fucking thing. Look at that face. This ridiculous fucking model. It's out of control. Riding around on his fart chair. His itty little arms and legs and his giant face. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun painting this guy. He uses a lot of bright colors, too. It'll be interesting. See, this is maybe a perfect illustration. Like, if I could find one thing... Because Greg and I have talked a lot about the differences between he and I as painters and as fans of miniatures. And this is a perfect sort of deflection point, if you will. Deflection, inflection, either way. Greg hates MODOK. And I think MODOK is one of the best goddamn things. I think MODOK is amazing. Just the best. Look at that. Look at his teeth. Look at the size of human fists. So this is a good example of the difference between Greg and I as painters and as men. He hates MODOK, and I love him. It's okay. It's okay. I've been forgiving Greg for liking bad things for years. So, you know, when you ask me things, when you ask me my opinion, you're like, Thunderhead, what's your favorite such and such? Just know I'm all about that MODOK, baby. I'm all about the MODOK, I'm all about the Shadowhawk. You may not want to know. You may not at all want to know what I'm actually into. Mixing up just a little bit of pure white to finish doing some highlighting on my speeder bike here, and then I want to attach my scout biker. How long have I got? I've got about a half hour to work on this before we're going to be rolling into the storm report. By the way, if there's anybody here who is new to the stream, we have a bit. I'm just going to go ahead and push it one more time. At the end of the stream, known as the storm report. And all that is an audience share segment, really. It's an opportunity for the whole community to kind of keep tabs on the MODOK Hawk. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't disagree with that, Greg. I wish that I like the comic book style costumes, I gotta say. What was I saying? I was pushing the storm report. So it's an audience share segment. It's kind of a way for the community to just keep up on what everybody's been working on. We all kind of work together these days, which is a lot of fun. You have the opportunity to share some of what you've been doing. It can be a miniature that you painted a while ago that you really, really like how it came out. It can be a work in progress on something you're doing now. It can be something you digitally sculpted. It can be something somebody painted for you that you really like.
Welcome
it can be
back
a photograph
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. Ooh. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I love that book. It's the best book. But if you'd like to share with us on the Storm Report, and I would love it if you felt like doing it, it really is one of my favorite bits on the stream. All you have to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel called The Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures. We do limit it to 3 now because it can go on. It can go
Welcome
on
back
long.
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4.
All the way to Chapter
Thunderhead
4.
slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Oh, I'm gonna get tired of that one day, but it's not today. My tastes are very singular. It's true. It's true. My likes can be described simply as... He's not wrong. These are printed. These are the ones that I did, Jack. I designed and printed. Designed is a strong word. These are based on the concept art from Joe Johnston for the Star Wars in 1979. I believe he did this. And then they were used again in Star Wars Rebels. But I made these bikes so that you can use the FFG Scout Biker and just put them right down onto these bikes instead. I think they came out pretty nice. Actually, I can see where I need to do some heavier highlighting on the one on the left now that I'm putting them next to each other. So let's do that a little bit. I tried to do the grass base so it looked like it's being kind of blown out and away. Like there's a cushion of air. I don't know how well that really came across. You'll get sick of it. Bitch about why you encourage this crap and then leave it alone out of apathy. Ooh! Kursala, it's almost like you've been here for a while. I need to thin this white quite a bit. That's pretty good. Deleted 2 pictures from Legion to include the awesome. Well, the good news is... The good news, Rogue, is we'll be doing this stream again later in the week. And you can always post more pictures. There's always another storm report, until one day when there won't be another storm report. I don't know what day that's going to be. But I'll tell you, like I said, I'm not sick of it yet. Eventually I will get sick of it. Eventually I'll blow this whole stream up. I'll go out in a blaze of glory. I'll do something, some ultimate Twitch terms of service violation and get banned on my last day. it'll be something to behold. It probably won't really be that much to behold. It'll just be kind of sad. Nobody will even talk about it. They'll be like, oh yeah, that Thunderhead guy, he went weird. He got real weird with it. But that day's not today. And it probably won't be Thursday either. Is there not? There should be number 5. It may just be on cooldown. Went weird. I will have you know, Jack, that I am a perfectly normal and socially acceptable human male, and I am in no way a lizard in a skin suit. You know, Jack and I essentially met because of Rune Wars, for that matter. Oh, Rune Wars, you did so much good for me. And found out we knew someone in common. Yeah, that did happen. He's putting chemicals in the water. Yes, the bathwater that you buy from me and then drink, I'm actually dosing with LSD. So, you know, enjoy that. Ooh, Traylon. Thank you so much for the reminder. The chemicals are just urine. I mean, technically urine is composed of chemicals. Turning the frickin' frogs gay. Screw it, we'll do it live! I just jumped from one reference right to another there. I mean, yes, everything is technically chemicals. I had someone the other day tell me that they didn't think oil, like engine oil, could go bad. Because it's just, you know, that's been around since, like, the dinosaurs. How could it go bad now? That's silly. And I was so struck by this sentiment. This insane, strangely naive and innocent notion. Everything has been around since the beginning of time. By that logic, if we take it down to the atomic level, that doesn't mean that everything lasts forever in precisely the composition that you need it to be to function within, say, an engine. So, no, engine oil does not last forever, believe it or not. Yeah, that one always bothers me in the post-apocalyptic movies, too. Oil and gas not going bad. Yeah. At least in, what was it, the Road Warrior, they had a refinery, so the oil and gas they were using was, you know, freshly refined. That made a little bit of sense. And making a little bit of sense is... Wait, am I thinking of the right one? The Road Warrior was the one with Lord Humongous, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, Jack. Just look at it as a hand wave, a little nod, okay? They were attempting to acknowledge that it didn't necessarily make the most sense, and they gave you a loose explanation that you could run with. God, you're such a drama queen. Such a drama queen. This is why Waterworld is the best post-apocalyptic movie. I'll take shit that I never expected to hear in my life for 500, Alex. Waterworld being the best... What are you talking about? That's insane. I'm not going to say that I don't enjoy Waterworld from time to time, but let's not say anything we can't take back, yeah? The best. Jesus. Waterworld is a fucking gift. It's incredible. Oh, apparently I've offended people. I will agree that Postman is a lot of fun. Do you know how much Waterworld costs to make? Honestly, you guys should look up the production of Waterworld sometime. They lost so much money on that movie. Like, it's obscene how much money they spent creating those sets for the action spectacular extravaganza that they wanted it to be. Postman had Tom Petty. Win right there. When you sink your set, yeah, they built it and then they blew it the fuck up. You know what happens when you swim to the bottom of the ocean and scoop out some topsoil? Mud. Oh, Roland. Roland, come on, man. What are you doing? You're just trying to hurt me now. Let's not weaponize candy, ladies and gentlemen. Can we not do that? Waterworld did have Dennis Hopper. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy watching Waterworld. I do. It was originally going to be a better movie, from what I hear. They changed a lot of the plot in the rewrites, and they made it kind of family-friendly and thus fairly stupid. But it's not the best post-apocalyptic... How can we even say that? Fucking... No, Mad Max is a better movie. The Road Warrior is a better movie. I'd accept an argument that Beyond Thunderdome is not a better movie than Waterworld, but that would be an argument, and there'd be a lot of arguing going on. But it is not the best. Postman is a better movie. The third Resident Evil movies. Ooh, Jack. You're really digging to the bottom of the barrel there, man. Hethrear, you're just saying that because you know that it pisses me off. And no, Fury Road is not better than Waterworld. Deal with it. Guys, I hated Fury Road. Alright, hated is strong. I don't hate Fury Road. I will fully confess that part of my irritation with Fury Road has more to do, and this is the case with a few films, I'll just admit it. My irritation with the movie has less to do with the film itself and more to do with the fan reception to the movie. And it's bitterness speaking. It's definitely bitterness speaking because movies that I loved, like Pacific Rim and Dread, didn't get the kind of fan reception that, say, Fury Road got. And they're better movies than Fury Road, like by a fucking huge margin, in my opinion. That's bait. Fury Road's very watchable. I actually really like some things about Fury Road. I like Tom Hardy's Max. His Max Rockatansky, I think, is great. I like Nux. I like Nux's whole little arc. I think it's poignant. I think it connects really nicely with the initial point of the whole Mad Max world. The idea of a war that nobody can remember the purpose of, fought by young men for the ambitions of old men. That's Nux all over. Yeah, it was so overhyped. And I'll tell you, there's a moment in Fury Road that genuinely pisses me off every time I see it. And it's the first time that we see, what's he called? The Doof Warrior, the guy who's on the big truck covered in... Greg, no, that is bait. Cat, I appreciate you looking out for me, but that right there from Greg that he just paid 100 volts to say, that's bait. Because, fuck that. This is all I've got for Pacific Rim Uprising, okay?
Elbow rocket! Now!
There is not one scene in Pacific Rim Uprising that comes close to even that one singular shot. Not one. That's not a bad idea, Cat. The "that's bait" line. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny, Jack? I haven't watched the Ryan George pitch meeting for Pacific Rim. because I know he's gonna point out stupid things about it, and I can't handle it. I can't deal with it. Are we talking about the movie Rogue? I have not actually seen the one with Harrison Ford. Which I think is the only one, isn't it? I was a fan of the Bookenders game back in the day. No, Crocodile Guillermo did not. The second one was produced in large part by John Boyega, and I blame him personally for a lot of what went wrong with it. He actually said in one of his interviews that one of his problems with the first movie was that the robots didn't move fast enough, which is just like, you dumb, you boneheaded motherfucker, you unbelievable idiot. How could you even just, what the hell is wrong with that? Okay, I gotta stop, because that genuinely pisses me off. But yeah, John Boyega and Stephen S. Knight, who you might know from such cinematic masterpieces as Buffy and Angel. Right? Really good stuff. Yeah? I fucking hated Pacific Rim Uprising. And yeah, Guillermo didn't have anything to do with it. Guillermo, he kind of flits from project to project. It's like you can't nail him down to anything unless you give him a bunch of money up front. That's why he's probably never going to return to do anything Hellboy, is because he did his Hellboy movies and then the momentum died and he's on to other things now. Now he's doing movies where chicks bang, you know, fishmen. How long till the storm report? We're looking at just a bit over 15 minutes, Rogue. Exactly, Crocodile. And I love watching the director's commentary because he'll mention things like... And the thing is, it's very self-aware. Like, Guillermo knew... I really like The Shape of Water, by the way. Yeah, Seahorse... now, that's an interesting conversation. I want to say something first, and then I'd like to come back to The Hobbit briefly. But yes, Guillermo, like, he knew fundamentally that nothing about the mechs in Pacific Rim made any sense, and you can tell that when he talks about it. He's like, look, we know that physically none of this makes sense. But he still wanted to sell the feeling of plausibility. He still wanted to sell the idea that this isn't real, but what if it could be? And he gave you lots of little touches to kind of sell it. Like, he would give you, here's that scene when Gypsy Danger is walking down the street in Hong Kong. And it's stupid stuff, like every single step is rupturing the asphalt upwards. Every single step is crushing cars. And yet, the machine still takes the time to lift its leg and step over a footpath that's going over the road. And it's like, what? That's odd, but it's a very human touch. It's like a person walking. Like, yeah, you can't control what's under your feet as much, or that you're too heavy, but I'm not going to step on this thing. The way that the windows moved as he's walking down the street, just the sheer air displacement of the Jaeger is causing the windows to, like, bow and then flex back outward. Like, he paid so much attention to the little things. And I've heard people complain before that, oh, but the mechs move so slow. And I'm like, you know, yeah, if I'm throwing a punch, me with my arm that's, you know, like 3 feet long, a little under, if I'm throwing a punch, I can get my fist from here to here, yeah, in like a second. Boom, there it goes. Isn't that awesome? It's traveling 3 feet. If my fucking arm is 50 feet long, it's gonna take it a while to accelerate 50 feet as opposed to 3, but if it looks like it's moving slow relative to a human, it's moving incredibly fast. His machines, his Jaegers, felt like they had inertia. It felt like they had weight. And for that matter, that weight mattered in the fights. If you watch the fight between, what's the Australian one? Crocodile, you're from down there. What's the Australian one? You should know. Striker Eureka. If you watch the fight between Striker Eureka and the, oh yeah, car alarms definitely went off, WJ. By the way, welcome. How are you doing? if you watch the fight with Stryker Eureka against Mutavore, the one that invades, that he kicks its ass, Stryker was much, much faster than any of the other Jaegers. Much, much, much faster. And that's why he wins. The Kaiju is constantly just trying to come to grips with him, just trying to put claws on to Stryker Eureka and take him down. And Stryker's like, Mutavore grabs him by the shoulders, and Stryker just goes, whoop, and pushes his arms off of him and goes bam, bam with a 1-2 combo before he can even react. And it's still not moving as fast or as smooth as the ones in the second movie, which didn't look like they were really there. Yeah, Crimson Typhoon was also very fast, but one of the coolest things in that movie, it had 2 big knives, and a couple of Aussies that did talk like Paul Hogan. One of the coolest things about Crimson Typhoon, when Typhoon was fighting, was the angle that they give you on the fight, when it starts swinging its arms back and forth, is there are these huge jets in Typhoon's back. And they fire, like it twists its torso one way, and then the jet on this shoulder will fire, and that'll shove its arm back forward, and it's just firing back and forth, because it's having to accelerate this huge piece of steel back and forth, and then arrest momentum, and then bring it back, and then arrest momentum, and then bring it. It's like, holy shit. It was so cool, guys. I love that movie, if you can't tell. And then there's Cherno Alpha. Yeah. Brutal old beast, Cherno. Not fast at all. But it hits like it hits like way more than a truck. It's like a fucking cargo container full of trucks. Cherno. And that's the thing, too. In the original Pacific Rim, in the first Pacific Rim, you can remember all the different Jaegers because they all had character. They all had something that set them apart. And the second one, I can't tell you the names of any of them. I can tell you Gypsy Avenger because it was a ripoff of Gypsy Danger. That's it. None of the other mechs had any character. They didn't have anything memorable about them. They were just big, stupid fucking Transformers. But like Gypsy had character. Cherno had character. Typhoon had character. Stryker had character. Guillermo realized that the mechs needed to be characters in and of themselves. Otherwise it wasn't going to work. We have to love the mechs in the same way that we love the Power Rangers, in the same way that we love Ultraman. We have to feel for them. They can't just be machines. What mecha survived the 2 films and which got destroyed? I think they all, pretty much. I don't know who the hell survived the second one because I don't care. Nobody survived the first movie. They were all well, no, yeah, they were all destroyed. Technically, Crimson Typhoon survives the first movie. Technically. Because its head got destroyed and that was it. But the rest of the mech survived. All the other ones are pretty gone. I don't think you could rebuild Cherno. You could very much rebuild Crimson Typhoon. You couldn't rebuild Stryker. You could not rebuild Gypsy, even if you could get the parts. Yeah, Cherno got dissolved and then flooded with water and then smashed into bits and then flooded with some more water. Like, Cherno is gone. I mean, the pieces are still there, but I don't think it'd be worth putting it back together. As for the second one, I don't know, and I genuinely don't care, because they were all pretty lame. Yeah, good old Cherno. Did you ever play Chrome Hounds? Oh god, did I play Chrome Hounds when it came out. I was in the barracks when Chrome Hounds came out, and that became a big thing with me and the boys for a while. I'm actually not going to repeat some of the jokes that we made, because in retrospect, they were wildly inappropriate, deeply immature, and insanely offensive. But, you know, we were young, and we were soldiers, and we were drunk. But yeah, we had fun with Chrome Hounds. Kind of min-maxing the shit out of everything we could, but that was sort of the nature of that game. You had to min-max your mechs. think the only thing I remember about Uprising when they did the superhero pose was, okay, now I want to tell you guys something, because as I'm watching Pacific Rim Uprising, I was building a better movie in my head. I was building a better movie in my head as I watched it. The plot of Uprising didn't even have anything to do with a fucking uprising. I was convinced as I watched it that what was going to happen, because they introduced Scrapper, right, at the beginning of the movie, and they introduced the notion that there are, like, black market and pirate Jaegers and shit. And that's a cool idea. Because, yeah, that technology, once in the hands of the public, like, you can't get rid of it. You know? Pandora's box is open. The monkey's out of the bottle now, man. I was convinced that the reason it was called Uprising was because what the ripoff of the plot of the end of Evangelion was always going to happen. The whole, oh, we made automatic Jaegers and they're evil and they're all going to turn against us. Like, we all saw that coming a million miles away because, again, it was ripped off of the end of Evangelion. But I thought what was going to happen was, yeah, they'd take over and they'd do their thing and they'd bust up all the official Jaegers, and then there would be an, if you will, uprising, of civilian Jaegers banding together against their superior enemy, and ultimately showing that humanity won't be beaten. Getting the goddamn robot, Shinji. Because this was the metaphor. This was the heart of Pacific Rim. Everything in Pacific Rim, every single thing was built around one core concept, one simple idea that every detail drove home, and that was, they said it. They just said it to your face on multiple occasions. It's like, freaking Charlie Hunnam says in the beginning of the movie, there are some things you can't fight. You see a hurricane coming, you gotta get out of the way. But when you're in a Jaeger, suddenly, you can fight the hurricane, and you can win. It was about humanity standing up as one. It was about the world coming together. Again, they said this in the intro, pooling its resources, putting all of their efforts into one singular machine. That machine being driven by the conjoined minds of two people, leaning on one another, and punching those monsters that you can't face on your own straight in the goddamn face. That's the whole point of the movie, is that together we are stronger than we ever are alone. Everything in the movie was built on that concept. There was nothing like that in Uprising. There was no core concept, there was no core philosophy, there was no core belief. Exactly, that's the whole point of Stacker Pentecost speech. At the end of our hope, at the end of our time, we have decided not only to believe in ourselves, but in each other. To face the monsters that are at our door. God, I love that movie. I really do. I really like. Guys, if it's not clear by now, I like Pacific Rim. Humanity, fuck yeah! It is a beautiful notion, Crocodile, and I think that the movie got kind of maligned because that notion is regarded as maybe a little naive. But that's sort of the point of it. It was like watching a love letter to a childhood spent watching Power Rangers, the belief that despite all the bad things in the world, at the end of the day, people are good. And at the end of the day, if we really want to beat these monsters, if we really want to stand up and take back our world, if we really want to fight the things that we look at alone and say, I can't fight this, we have to lean on each other. That together we are so much more than just the sum of our parts. And his chosen metaphor was a big humanoid machine with a fucking rocket fist. Humanity. Fuck yeah.
Elbow rocket! Now!
That's what I say. Exactly, play and win. Just making the monsters bigger was not really the answer to making them scarier. It wasn't even the fact that they were getting bigger in the first movie that was so terrifying about them, is that they were relentless. It was that even when you defeated them, even when you hammered them into the damn ground, even when you were able to go and beat the shit out of them, it was like, okay, get ready for the next one. You get no breaks. You get no breaks. It's gonna keep coming. I really liked the notion of the kaiju in the first one, that they were, for that matter, whatever aliens it were that were designing and sending the kaiju, they didn't necessarily need to just make them bigger. They were testers for the most part. We regarded them as these moronic entities that we could just trick, but they were intelligent. They were getting better. That's why that scene where Cherno and Crimson go down is so poignant, is because it's not like they'd never faced kaiju like that before. They'd faced nothing like that ever before. When Otachi came out, and here's another thing. The kaiju in the first movie had personality. I remember the names of the kaiju. I remember the abilities of the kaiju. They were unique. They were distinct. They had character. When Otachi came out, it had weapon systems they'd never seen before. The acid sprayer, the little grabby claw thing, like, it was purpose-built to destroy Jaegers, and they hadn't fought anything like that before. The same thing happened with Knifehead. Knifehead was the first kaiju that seemed to know where the pilots and the Jaeger were, and it went for it. And that's when they started losing. Because they didn't respect their opponent. They thought their opponent was just an animal, and it wasn't. So the kaiju in the films, they're one-of-a-kind members of different species that had multiple ones. They were clones. There were multiple Knifeheads. We actually saw multiple Knifeheads in a rack in the other universe towards the end of the movie. But they were all being... Actually, they were more than just clones. There's a great shot from when Newt goes into the head of the kaiju and he sees the kaiju being created, where it shows these big, organic-looking needles stitching muscle tissue together along a bone. They were actually... They were biomechs. They were being built and deployed like weapon systems. We were fighting the alien equivalent of, like, Boeing. They were sort of like Evangelions, except I think Evangelions were more one of a kind than the kaiju were. The kaiju were more disposable. Avas. But there is a lot of Evangelion in Pacific Rim. There absolutely is. This is something... My wife hadn't seen Evangelion, and we watched it after we had been fans of Pacific Rim for a while, and she sort of got a lot of it then. She was like, oh, I see what Guillermo was doing here. Okay. I think Guillermo watched Evangelion, and he was like, I love the visuals of this. I hate how depressing it is. I hate how... Because Evangelion is not really about the monsters, it's not really about the Avas. Evangelion is about why you shouldn't kill yourself. It's a story in why you shouldn't kill yourself written by a man who was actively considering killing himself as he wrote it. Like, this is just true. It's really depressing, and it has a very dim view of humanity, and it is, again, mostly about suicide by the end of it. I mean, that's the whole ending. Congratulations, you decided not to kill yourself. That's how the show ends. I don't blame anybody for not liking Evangelion. Because Evangelion is like a mecha anime written by someone who hates mecha anime specifically to piss off people who love mecha anime. Like, that is explicitly what was going on there. Yeah, and that's it, WJ. It's very real. It's very real, and it deals with a lot of very true issues about depression. And maybe, I mean, if you didn't know this, the guy who was writing it was struggling with depression and desires of self-harm at the time that he was writing it. It was sort of his way of processing and dealing with it. Yeah, you know, I don't even disagree with you all that much, Rogue. But like I said, I think Guillermo watched Evangelion, and what he took away from it was that he loved the visuals, and he loved some of the fundamental concepts, and he hated the conclusion. I think Guillermo just hated the conclusion of Evangelion, and so he incorporated a lot of elements of Evangelion into Pacific Rim, and then he subverted a good deal of them. And if we're talking about subverting expectations, I think Guillermo's a lot better at it than Rian Johnson is. Oh, yeah, we got the storm report coming up here in just a minute. Traylon, give me a second. I want to do a couple finishing touches on this bike, and then we'll roll right over into it. I don't have much more to go on this bike. I'll probably get it finished a little bit later. I need to do the seat, and then I can attach the rider. But you can see how he goes on, real simply. Like so. And then these two little pegs here will go down into these little holes. Like so. And he's not fully seated at this point, but, you know, this will be the second rider. Try to get this guy finished probably tomorrow, early in the day. But there's the Lothal-style Joe Johnston speeder bikes, which are actually now available. If you're interested in getting this model, you can pick this up on Steel Warrior Studios now. You can either buy physical prints, which will be available towards the end of the month. He's getting going on those, or you can pick up the STLs. I think they're up for like $4. So if you've got a resin printer and you've got some speeder bikes from Star Wars Legion and you'd rather use these style of speeder bikes, go pick up the STL. Print some out. I would love to see someone else having printed and painted these. I think they're really cool. Thank you, Crossbow Roof. I appreciate that. And I've got to do a whole other set of them now, obviously. But, you know, there's one squad's worth of Lothal occupation speeder bikers, scout bikers. I need to paint the seat, and I'll pretty much be done with the second one. Holy shit, Play and Win. Serial Experiments Lane was the second one you watched? I didn't watch that until I watched it with you, and that shit was fucking crazy. Like, I thought I knew what crazy anime was, and then I watched Serial Experiments Lane. I don't even know how we got through that. That was so strange. Though, to be fair, Play and Win introduced me to a number of very, very strange anime, including, what was that? The something Madoka Magica, that horrifying art experiment. He got me to watch Kill La Kill for the first time, which I'm glad for, because I enjoy Kill La Kill. I really do. There was something else. There was something else you got me to watch that was just batshit crazy. I'm not going to deny that Madoka was excellent. It's excellent. I'm trying to think of what the other thing was, though. We watched something else that upset me. I can't remember what it was. I'm sure you'll remind me. But, see, this was a cultural exchange, though, because I got Play and Win to watch Conan the Barbarian, which he had never seen before. And for that matter, a number of other movies. It might have been the Endless Eight, yeah, in, that whole segment of Steins Gate. Ooh. Yeah. I enjoyed Steins Gate. But, that whole segment of it really, really upset me. You know what I liked in Madoka Magica Crocodile? I think that I've read some other reviews of it online, and I don't feel like it maybe is as good as some people think it is. What I liked about it, though, was that it was artistically experimental. All the sequences, the crazy pocket dimension sequences that they had Crocodile were really, really interesting animation, which is something that I respond to in a big way. Oh, that was the Endless Eight. Yeah, the Melancholy of Haruhi. I was thinking of the series of episodes in Steins Gate where, and I don't want to give any spoilers, but let's just say that something happens, and a certain individual keeps trying to make it not happen, and it just keeps happening. Oh my god. I might have to check that out again, if that's true, WJ. It's been a long time since I watched that. I know the trilogy you're talking about. It's been a long time since I've watched it, though. Yes, Conan. Play and Win hadn't seen Conan the Barbarian, but now he has. Have any of you watched, and it's not as much of a mindfuck, but have you watched Space Dandy? Because I quite enjoy Space Dandy. The one run of it that exists. I didn't see your statement, Crocodile. Yes. Was it the Arnold Conan? What other Conan is there? I refuse to acknowledge any other Conan. Of course it was the Arnold Conan. Come on. Oh. Lose their head over... Okay, yes. I see now, Crocodile. I see. We got some good work today. That's good English. We got some good work done today, guys. We did the basing on our Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, which I think came out pretty nice. These are now ready to be sealed and added to the lineup. I can actually take some pictures of them now, which will be nice. We did a little bit of work on Chopper. Not a whole lot, but, a little bit of progress every day is still progress. Still progress. I'm going to get some more work done on him this week, and hopefully get a painted, finished version, so that we can get that pointed up. I absolutely will, Jack. I'll probably take some pictures later tonight, once I've had a chance to get some dinner. Oh, Coral, you just... See, there we go. That's bait from O'Coral. No work done on the mech. No, that did not happen, O'Coral. But you know what? If you want me to continue working on this Thunder Skunk, I'm going to continue working on it, man. I'm in. I'm on board. O'Coral, if you're on board, I'm on board. They didn't get their ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars. Get ready for a surprise. And then we did some highlighting on the second of my 2 Lothal-style Joe Johnston speeder bikes, which are very nearly done. All in all, a good amount of work was done today. Will you ever make a gonk? There are a lot of gonks that already exist. WJ. There are a fair number of gonks that you can already access and print. I did a teeny little bit of work on these tanks, which is to say, I colored the missiles base yellow, so really no work at all. But all in all, I'm pleased. We made some good progress. And with that, we're going to be phasing over into one of my favorite parts of the stream. Kat, what are we doing again?
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I don't know how she keeps doing that. She's across the mountains from me. That's weird. Huh. Alright, well, let's take a look anyway.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do it. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Hang on, let me rearrange my desk a little bit here so I can get comfortable. Where do I usually put my wet palette? Why do I feel like this is the first time I've ever done this? That was perfectly timed. It may not have worked had we done it the other way. Why is my alert box so small on this one? Blue Noser 68. Did I read that right? Why is my bot not announcing these? I wasn't doing it last time, too. I gotta check that out. Blue Noser. Blue Noser. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Alright, let's jump over into Discord so I can see what we've got going on. Hey. First up from Machine God, working on some Papercraft Battletech Terrain. Damn, that's not bad for Papercraft, man. That's really nice work. And those textures are all printed, and then you just cut them and glue them, right? At least they're not Games Workshop. I was really upset about the recent stuff Tops and CGL did recently. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, WJ. It could always be worse. They could be GW. On cardstock. That's really good looking. I mean, this is a really simple and effective way to do terrain, and you get some really, really good texture out of it. That looks fucking great. Really, really nice work, Machine God. Put that... Get us another picture of this for the next Storm Report. Put this on a table. I'd love to see it with some mechs next to it. I bet it looks really, really good. Damn it. I pulled so many models down off my shelf that I cluttered my desk a little bit here. So let me just shift this. Okay, there we go. Now I have a place to rest my arm. A lot of them are ripped from Mech Warrior 4. That's a good place to rip them from. And some from Destra. We have a bunch of stormtroopers. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Destra was earlier asking for some tips on how to come back to these and improve them. And one of the things he was saying he's going to do is probably rebase them using some texture paste, which I think is a fantastic idea. Texture paste is amazing. I don't know what texture paste you're planning on using, Destra, but if it's... I can recommend Vallejo texture paste. I know that Games Workshop makes some pretty good stuff, but it is wildly overpriced. It is wildly overpriced. I mean, if that's what you got, then definitely use it. But look into the Vallejo texture pastes, because for everything that Games Workshop has, there is an analog from Vallejo, and you're going to spend a lot less money getting a lot more of it. I strongly recommend it. Yeah, it's a giant tub that lasts forever and costs like $10. I use it on everything. Nearly everything. It's really, really good stuff. I'd say, use what you've got, but then go ahead and take a look at the Vallejo brand stuff, because you'll find something almost exactly like it. O'Coral's gonna head off now. Have a good night, and I'll troll you later. Somebody ban O'Coral when he's not looking. O'Coral, you have a good night, man. Chat, can we get a good night to O'Coral? One of our longest viewers. Most effective trolls. Define giant tub. SP Fire started this. Maybe not a giant tub, but a decent-sized jar. For like $10. This is the business. This will last you a good long while. I strongly recommend it. But yes, as far as other things that you could do to these models to improve the look of them, for the black parts, I would give them a gray dry brush. And for most of the other parts, the white parts, the under armor, the details on the helmet, I would give it a really, really thin down black wash. And then maybe a light dry brush of white, just to bring it back up. But if you can get the deeper details on the white armor to pop, and you can bring out the higher details on the black, I think overall the models will start to look better. Yeah, the price comparison is nonsense. It's absolutely insane. All in all, nice work, though. I look forward to seeing what you change. I look forward to seeing the improvements. From Steiner Minis, we have... Is this a dervish? Someone help me out, because I constantly confuse the dervish and the javelin. I think it's a dervish, because the javelin has launchers in its hands, doesn't it? Thank you so much for the reminder, Machine God. Son of a bitch, I thought that I was being careful and getting it right. This is the old javelin. The dervish is the one that has the rocket launchers in its... Damn it! Damn it! I constantly confuse these two. I want to get some of the Vallejo textures sometime. Crocodile, you won't regret it, man. Alright, fine. Well, at least what I said was absolutely true. I constantly confuse the two. I love the purple and orange that we have going on here. That's a really hot gradient. Really, really nice work. That is adventurous. That is bold and striking. That doesn't help me, Dark Fox, because they still look the same and I still confuse them. For an older sculpt, you've really made this one look nice, Steiner. I absolutely love the color choices that you've made here. I look forward to seeing what you do with the base, because it looks like right now it's just got mostly overspray from the paneling. Thank you so much for sharing. One of the places I know that sell them are in Melbourne, and that's where the plague-ridden masses are. Well, you get some texture paste, you get a little bit of the plague. I mean, these are the prices that we pay, right? And from Manro Fasal, finished custom mini. We saw a little bit of work on this guy last time. Yeah, now I can tell they're arrows. Now that you've painted the fletching a little bit. Ooh, I like this over here with the skull smoke spell casting going on. I like how you've gone ahead and hit the flesh above the mask here. You don't really need any detail here because most of it's suggested, but that's a really effective way to break that up. That looks really, really cool. And as I said before, I dig the sword. I like the kind of glow effect you've got going on here. I think you could push it. I think you could push this quite a bit given the amount of space that you have, but it's a neat effect. And I dig that spell effect with the skull coming up out of his hand. Really cool custom mini. Nicely done, man, bro. Very nicely done. Yeah, ordering online is always a good choice. Iberben. I had neglected adding the Galilean moons to my previous Jupiter shot, so I thought I'd give you all the final version that has the moons and planet combined into one image. Moons have to be captured separately at higher exposure. That makes sense, they're significantly smaller. I wanted to get new footage during the opposition last night, but it was literally only cloudy from 4 to 6 a.m., which is when I woke up to try. How inconvenient. How utterly inconvenient. The Jovian system is fascinating. Like, it genuinely is, Iberben. You do some really, really cool photography. I love seeing it on Facebook, and I love that you feel like sharing it here. I would encourage you to keep sharing these here, if you're interested in doing so, because I really like seeing these. But yes, the Jovian system is fascinating. It has so many goddamn moons. It has so many moons. It's absolute nonsense. Yeah, it is. It's a miniature solar system. If you lit Jupiter on fire, you would have a small solar system. Looks like a giant jawbreaker. Well, that looks like it's made of candy. Somebody go up there and give me that big old gumball. Life on Earth would be hugely different and possibly impossible without the aid of Jupiter's gravity well. Hey, what's up, Mars to Pants? Good to see you. I mean, really, you can make that argument for many of the stellar objects in our solar system, because it's all just so... I hesitate to use the word perfect, because that seems to imply intent. But, it's the Goldilocks effect. Everything is just so right. Please do not light Jupiter on fire. I mean, I don't have any plans for it, Iberben. I don't even know how I would do it. I mean, I might fantasize about it in my most supervillain-esque moments, but I don't know how I would actually accomplish that. Thank you so much for sharing that, though. That's cool as shit. From Destra, all the quotes from Portal 2's Space Sphere. I don't know that I've actually seen this. Hang on. Let me adjust my sound here a little bit.
What's your favorite thing about space? Space. Go into space. Can't wait. Space. Space. Trial. Putting the system on trial. In space. Space system on trial. Guilty. Not being in space. Go to space, Dad.
Space system on trial?
Space.
I'm proud of you, son.
Dad, are you space?
We're not going to do the whole thing.
We're family again.
Space. Space. I'm gonna go to space. Space. Yes, please. Space. 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 Go to space.
There's so much nonsense in this game.
I'm gonna go to space. 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 Go to space. Boy. Space. Oh, play cool. Play cool. Here comes space cops.
That's fucking ridiculous, Destra. If you'd like to see the entire video, or rather hear the entire sound recording of that, I would encourage you to go ahead and post it into one of the other... Hang on, let me turn my music back on. Into one of the other Discord channels. There are really... There's a lot of entertaining shit kind of in the background of Portal 2. And for anybody who hasn't played Portal and Portal 2, go play them. Go buy them, go play them. They're fucking fantastic games. I think Portal 1's better than Portal 2, but Portal 2 is quite memorable. Fucking Mickeys and Belters. Them and also Wikis, as it were. The first model I ever painted, Hethrier. Hi, Exemplar Kreas. Kreis. Commander Kreis? John Crichton? I don't know. I like how you went kind of all out on the cork basing on this one, Hethrier. I enjoy puzzle games. If you enjoy puzzle games and you haven't played Portal, then you're gonna fucking love Portal. I like what you were going for here with the off-white. It came out a little lemony. But of course, this is the first model you ever painted, and let's go on now to the Warcaster you're proudest of. Hi, Exemplar Cyrenia. Ugh. And oh yeah, there's the evolution of that off-white. It comes off a lot less lemon now. Mist. Oh man, Mist. Oof. There's a blast from the past. Really, really nice work up here too on the cross. I love the gradient towards the center. And yeah, the off-white is now much more ivory and a lot less yellow. Mist is fucking old. You're not wrong. She's hot for a plastic mini painted ogre. My God, man, keep it in your pants. The shit that I put up with, I swear. The Seventh Guest. Oh my God, that one had the full motion video too. Seventh Guest. I still remember playing that. I was young when I played the Seventh Guest. And, there was the Seventh Guest, there was Mist, and, what was the other one? Phantasmagoria? Phantasmagoria and Cydonia all came out around the same time. Oof. Weird. Probably the last pick of the Quake for a while now. Probably the last pick of the Quackle. Oh, it's the Quackle. I love the Quackle. It's released and got more or less half the variants done. Time to focus on something else for a bit. Like the next thing you're going to make 15 variants of, you psychopath. For those of you who are unaware, Cybern Knight, our very own Cybern Knight, owns Metalcore Collectibles, who makes a series of truly fantastic resin miniatures that are compatible with Battletech, many of them associated with the soon-to-be-released fan project Operation Lancaster. If you're not familiar with his work, I strongly recommend you check it out. Dude, Phantasmagoria used to freak me out. And look at this thing. There are like 15 different variants. Yeah, Cybern, Options, Knight. The man's addicted to magnets and alternative versions of the same model, as you can probably tell from right here, because this is like less than half of the overall variants you can make out of the Quackle, which is now its name, you know, whether he likes it or not. Gear Falcon, this is a print I left outside in the sun for a week. Nothing happened. Starting painting it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. People, I think on some level people are just addicted to the social phenomenon of being like, oh, you're new to a thing? Well, let me tell you all the things that are going to go wrong and make myself seem cooler. Let me make myself seem more accomplished, more educated, like what I am doing is more difficult than it really is. It's the guy in the room who, you know, every time you were hanging out and you were like, oh, just kidding around, and you'd say something like, man, I want to own a monkey one day, and there'd always be that one guy who was like, whoa, 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 slow down. Let me tell you all the very real reasons that you don't want to own a monkey. Monkeys are dangerous, man. And you're like, God, just shut the fuck up, dude. I know, I don't really want a monkey. For God's sake. That's not the point. It's the same guy. Like, I want to get into resin printing, and he's like, whoa, 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 slow down. You're immediately going to suffer toxic shock. The moment you touch that resin, the moment you whiff a little bit of the fumes, your entire body is going to break out. I know monkeys are dangerous, and technically resin is toxic, but it's just wildly overstating the danger in that particular case. Left the print in the sun for a few days, and it darkened, the dark piss yellow. Kursala, it's very charming. I've had some that have darkened and yellowed a little bit, and they can become a little bit brittle, but again, people wildly overstate the trouble with overcuring. But that also depends on the resin you're using, too. There's some resins out there who probably do not overcure quite as well as a lot of the stuff from Elegoo. Really nice print, though. Thank you for sharing, Gear Falcon. SP Firestarter, my attempt at the blades, and this is on Zeras. Firestarter, you want some feedback on these blades? I could give you some feedback. I could give you, like, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, what would I do? And if you'd like to hear, I can tell you. The forbidden Kool-Aid. Yeah, don't drink the resin. Don't start your print sessions by gargling resin. I mean, you know, sometimes when I'm looking for a treat, maybe. So right now the blades are a little bit flat, and it depends on what it is that you want to go for with it. But it's a lot like what they do on the box art. But if you go with like a really, really dark green for your base green, and then work up highlights to this color of green that you have, I'm talking like nearly black green as a base, and then hit the edges with the brighter green, or even better, build up towards the tips with a few layers going towards that green, and then hit the very edges with a really light green, like a quick edge highlight. I think that would look pretty cool. It's sort of like what they do on the box art a lot of the time. Yeah, dark angles green. Exactly, Gear Falcon. Thank you for that. Right? Yeah, that's right. Now, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing at all, Firestarter. I'll take a look at the further progress then. From Pez Motion, we have a Commando? it's a Commando. Look at this guy. Look at this old son of a bitch. I love the classic Commando. That looks like one of the, oh, excuse me. Looks like one of the Alpha Strike box set Commandos. Ooh, and we got an Assassin. And, Vindicator, Enforcer. Somebody help me out. Vindicator or Enforcer? That's the last edition box set, okay. Enforcer. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's another one that I confuse constantly, is the Vindicator and the Enforcer. Paint's a little shiny because it's fresh. Also probably needs to be thinned down some more, but these are the first minis I've painted in 3+ years. Pez Motion! That's fucking awesome, man! Hell yeah, keep up the good work. I like the color on the Assassin, by the way. I look forward to seeing what you do with that. Probably take a better picture a little bit and put it on the Work in Progress channel. Please do, I'd love to see it. Yeah, that's right, Vindicator has the head laser. And it also has the funny ejection because of said head laser. 365 tons added to the Megaton Challenge. Also a full level 2. Oh, this is what you were talking about, Painted Ogre. Okay, I gotcha. Once the Agrellan Earth dries... Ooh, I do like that color arrangement. That's nice. Ooh, throat's a little sore. Clicking on the pictures like I can expand them. It's okay, Adamantic. We all need to go to bed. Look at these Wabi mechs. Look at them. They're all so squared. Nice paint jobs all around, though. I like what we've done here with the ammo belt. I like how we've divided the red and the white up amongst them. They're not all exactly the same pattern, but they're all suggestive of one another. And this looks like on each of the blades you've done kind of a heat effect. Something I need to kind of experiment with. Really good looking paint jobs overall, though. Every time I see your work, I think to myself, this is someone who has a firm understanding of basic color composition. Really, really nice work, Painted Ogre. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh boy, here we go. Wapelius came in and decided to share some pictures with all of us. A few figures done recently in oils. Greg is going to love this if he's still around. Now this is a good opportunity for me to mention why I think it's so important for us not to compare our work with other people's. Get inspiration from other people. Absolutely. Take advice from other people if you like what they do. Certainly. But don't compare your work to other people. Wapple is an experienced miniature artist. He's a big name in the whole miniature painting community, and he does fan-fucking-tastic work. Don't say that, Greg. You don't have to bring up that he also works very fast. But honestly, speed just comes with experience. So easy to say, but so difficult in practice. Siestinator, I know. But you know what? It's difficult in practice, but it also takes practice. The more you do it, the easier it will get. 6 hours. The man's dynamo. And honestly, seriously, like, I give people shout-outs, and that's all well and good. But I really, really mean it when I say go follow this guy's channel and go watch him paint. Because it will teach you a lot about how to approach a model. He's casual about it. Like, he has, oh, look, there he is. It's a confidence that you get when you really know what you're doing. You're able to not worry so much about the little details and just sling some big blocks of color around, confident that you can come back to it and you can adjust it, you can blend some things together later, and it's really educational as far as an overall approach to painting. But you can get results like this with, I swear to God, and Wapelius, feel free to correct me, but I feel like a lot of these paint jobs are confidence. Their confidence with your colors, their confidence with your techniques. And a lot of what slows people down, a lot of what makes a paint job take hours and hours and hours, can be a lack of confidence. can be worrying that what you're doing isn't going to work instead of just being willing to try something. At least that's what I get from watching him paint. And, of course, he has a solid understanding of color theory, which makes even simple techniques work. Like, I mean, if you really look down at the details here in the base, for instance, it's not like he took hours and hours and hours highlighting each individual skull. He's picked the skulls that he wants to show. He's used contrasting in different colors across the base to make these skulls pop out. He's chosen the muscles that he wants your eyes to be drawn towards, and he's focused on those. And there are parts of the model down here on the inside of the leg. There's almost nothing here. Almost hasn't even painted it. Do you notice? Because I don't. Because your eye is drawn where he wants it to be drawn. Alright, I'll stop. This is a fantastic paint job. Thank you so much for sharing this, Wapelius. Let's go through the other ones that you also felt like sharing. And again, here, amazing contrast in here. Look at all the colors that we have being used from the head, just from the head down to the belly. It's fairly broad bits of blending. There's nothing... There's no, you need to get down here and put a tiny little micro dot someplace and use a hyper-complicated technique. It's just good blending on colors that he knows contrast well, and some texturing that he's done. And again, drawing your eye to the parts of the model that he wants it to be drawn to. I love this blend right here, the flesh tones here. We've got some of these veins that have been sketched out, looks like by freehand. And then we come down through the flesh tones into this sort of livid pink, and then down to this sort of gangrenous color. And then we just pick up the faintest bit of this fingernail. I love it. Think long, think wrong. Chapter 18 of the Book of Wapol. Yeah, exactly. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. All really effective stuff. Even here on the cleaver, it's not like these are super complicated non-metallic metal techniques. They're very simple non-metallic metal techniques applied well and with some really vivid rust effects that just sells the effect the moment that you glance at it. And again, we're using not just one singular color for this cleaver or this pair of cleavers back here, but we're using blues, mostly cold colors, contrasted with some warm colors in the reds and in the rust, and then we've got some greens mixed in here too. It's so effective, but again, you have to just be bold. You have to be confident enough to do it. It's like, I feel like if you're confident in your paint job, other people will pick up on it, you know? If you're worried too much about how it's going to look, it's never going to come out right. Like, I'm going to point out these two brush strokes right here. And I'm... Wapol, again, don't... Yeah, oils make it all easier. They make the blending a lot easier, and that is definitely a strength of the oils, and it's something Greg the Salt Miner has been talking about. But I'd like to just point out a couple of individual brush strokes here, and this is not in any way critical of you, Wapol. This is actually pointing out your skill, if I'm being honest. Also, I like the veins coming out of this. It looks like there's a nail in the leg, and there's almost like rot coming out in his veins. That's really cool. But like these brush strokes here, really look at them. There's nothing... This is just a quick boop of the brush. This one is even a little bit off the edge. Like, it's not a super careful edge highlight or anything like that. It's just bit right there, and then a couple of dots right here for texture. And overall, there's just sort of a brown blend across this. But it comes across... Like you said, think long, think wrong. Don't overcomplicate it. Understand your colors, understand your color composition, and go for it. And yes, a lot of the strength of this blending comes down to the use of oil paints. And it is technically more difficult to do this with acrylics, but that doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you can't get close. At all. And here we have another one. Really nice flesh tones on this. And how he's gone really kind of ruddy with the flesh, because we've got, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, by the way, but, you know, we've got warm tones across not only the skin, but the armor, and it's really differentiated with how ruddy the skin is. It stands out against the gold without blending into it. And then this is balanced out with the cool colors in the wings and down across this. And this is a good example of the type of freehanding that Wapol has inspired me to kind of work with. MCB, what's up, my man? Just painted that on stream last night. I was not able to be there, unfortunately. I try to catch Wapelius whenever I can. But this is a perfect example of the type of freehanding that Wapol has been kind of inspiring me to use. It looks good, doesn't it? It's not complicated. These are not complex shapes. Look at this. This is a spiral, right? And then we've got sort of a little curved triangle coming off on the top and the bottom. That's all it is. And then, you know, maybe a little extra line here, maybe a little curl here. They're not complicated at all. If a color goes somewhere, it goes everywhere. Yeah, we talk about this sometimes on the stream, Wapple, and I'm sorry, I keep referring to you by your last name. It's just, you know, that's how it happens. We talk about this sometimes on stream, how important color composition is. And how important it is if you pick a color, particularly like a really vivid or saturated color, it's important that you repeat it elsewhere on the model. Because so much of painting miniatures is... It's a lot like once you start studying photography. Shot composition is incredibly important. How much of your photo is taken up by what features, and it all affects... I wish I were more educated on it so that I could use... so that I could express myself better. But, it's about repeating themes, it's about patterns, it's about shapes that are recognizable and pleasing to the human eye. It's not just trying to make everything look photorealistic. And these are all great examples of precisely that color composition. And making good decisions before you start and then sticking with them the whole way through. But again, focusing on the freehand, this is a perfect example of using simple shapes to create more complex patterns. They don't have to be complex. They don't have to be complex to work. Really, really nice work. And one last one here. 1.5 life-size bust from Blackheart. Or did we have 2 more? Oh no, that's Roland. Okay. Oh my god. Oh man. Now, of course, when you're working on larger items, it is certainly easier to get a lot of these blends and transitions simply because you have more surface area to work with. But that doesn't necessarily mean, oh, this was easy to paint. This means that you have the opportunity to apply your skills in a much more precise manner, and that's exactly what he's done here. It's difficult. See, the shadowing on this is such that it can be difficult for me to tell which of these details are sculpted in and which you accentuated with paint, because like here, the hollow of the collarbone that you've done here, I can't tell if it really is that deep or if this is mostly shading. Weighed about 25 pounds. Woof, that's a big girl right there. And look at the colors in here. If you put these bottles of paint, of oil paint, next to one another and said, these are going to go right next to each other on a model, you'd be like, nah, fuck you, that's crazy. Those don't go together at all. But it's so much about contrast. It's so much about knowing when to use contrast. It's all fooling the human eye, you know? It's all messing with the brain. This bust is just proof that if there were aliens, I would try to bang them. Hethrir would try to bang this alien right here. This is the spot that he's most attracted to. He would just go boop right in there. It would make that sound too, because he's a fucking weirdo. Wapelius, thank you so much for sharing with us today on the Storm Report. It means a lot, man. It really does. And going right over into... That's the highest praise a painting could get. I want to bang it. I mean, I'll let Wapelius be the judge of that. And from Roland, we have... What is this? Why don't I recognize this mech at all? Is it a... It's an ELH, so this is an Inner Sphere mech, but I don't recognize it. Oh, it's a Lancelot! Oh, no fucking wonder I don't recognize it. All the sculpts I've seen for Lancelots have been, like, reduxes lately. Oh, shit. Well, it's a nice looking paint job you did there. I struggle with Olive Drab a lot of the time, I really do. That's none of your business, Headrear. It's not something that I would admit in public. I would totally bang that alien. Yes. Oh, you didn't do this one? Was this one done by a friend of yours and you're just sharing the EL? Well, it's a nice looking mech. I know it is, Rogue. I just struggle with it for some reason. Oh, that was a commission that you got. Well, it's a nice looking mech. Oh, I could have read one... Oh, God, I'm so stupid sometimes. My God. And from Greg, the salt miner, who has been getting more into oils and blending with oils lately. We have Sir Barristan Sell Me, Greg. And Strong Belwas from A Song of Ice and Fire, the miniatures game. I like that Barristan Selmy. But yeah, you can see how the blending is... And Greg has only been working with oils for a short time now. And recently he lost his damn mind and he swore off acrylics entirely as part of his quest to become like Mini Wapple. But as much as I make fun of him for it, he's getting better at it when I'm not. You know? It's all about practice. Laid down the liquid gold and then pushed oils into it. It came out really nice. And yeah, you can see how we've got some of the contrasting blends going on here. I like this blue we've used on the sword. I like this. It's a little bit of a glow we have on the inside of this little tarred shield here. Really nice work, Greg. That green, whoof, pops right out at you, doesn't it? I like the bases. Of course, these bases are bases that our very own Greg the Salt Miner sculpted in ZBrush and has printed himself. I think they look pretty damn cool. I love the contrast that we've got going across the tops of them. I've started using ZBrush myself lately, Greg. I'm starting to see how powerful it is. I'm gradually breaking through the wall of all of this nomenclature is obtuse and irritating. ZBrush to Blender to Mesh Mixer. All about that workflow, baby. Kursala, I would simply remark that the nomenclature of European martial arts shields and armor is, well, it's up for some debate. But yes, more than likely that would most accurately be a buckler, what with a little boss there in the middle and everything. I'm just saying that what a shield or a blade or a piece of armor is called is going to change pretty drastically based on which country it is that's talking about it. It's not that cut and dry. Need to do a ZBrush Discord session. I'd be down for that because I could use some help with it. I've got a course on Udemy that I've been using. I can follow a conversation about medieval weaponry and armor fairly well. So you're saying the terms are flexible? Well, I mean, most shields are ideally largely for deflection rather than for simply eating blows. That depends on the shield. But yes, a buckler is primarily for deflection and parries, this is true. Moving down into some more from Roland, we got some more of this ELH. Look at these blocky sons of bitches. Oh, they're adorable. That really is a nice olive drab that this guy achieved. I like the yellow, the cockpits. Now you're just being pedantic. Oh, I am absolutely being pedantic, Kursala. Absolutely. That's the only way that I can not be wrong right now, so I'm gonna ride that fucking horse. Two shootists. Beep, boop, beep. They are very bleep, bloop, blorp, I am a robot. I like them, though. I like how the arm's just kind of stuck on there and the elbow, like, swings around. I got my forearm right here. Really, really nice. I'd love to see them all together. And from Machine God, some more terrain work. We got some hex hills coming together here. Very nice. We got a longbow down here. I don't know why I continue to confuse these two, but that is a Jägermech. This is a Jägermech, yeah? That's a Jägermech. Okay. The newer Battlemaster, and this is, well, the new Goliath, isn't it? Or the Goliath 2C? Yeah, now there's a little Hex Hill Cave. That's adorable. I like that. I'm a fan of the old Goliath. I really am. Wait, what's the 3D print? This guy? The Battlemaster? Or the Goliath? Dugram for life. Tank legs. Yeah, I know, right? It's a tank with some fucking legs on it. Oh, the Goliath. Okay. Yeah, I thought I recognized this sculpt. Nice work. What is that terrain made out of? I'm betting that's insulation foam. What I have managed to get done since my last update. Here is the cardboard dungeon we've been looking at. Ooh. It's nice work. It looks like hot glue, yeah? I love... Okay, here we have... This is what we saw last time, yeah? If I'm not mistaken. Or was it just this last time? I can't remember. I apologize. But yeah, we got the start here. And then we got some more rooms added on with some details. Cardboard is an incredibly versatile... Yeah, craft foam, okay. An incredibly versatile material, particularly for making something like this a grid-based dungeon. This is going to look really nice when it's all put together, and I think the game is going to be fun as fuck on it. I always love Dungeons & Dragons when I'm able to use miniatures. I know that the number of the systems for D&D were not actually designed to use miniatures with, but I still enjoy doing it. I really want to share this awesome. Screw it, says Rogue. Ooh, Davian guards? Yeah? Wait. Is that right? Did I forget one of the most iconic color schemes in all of BattleTech? Am I right? Somebody help me out. Yeah, Davian Brigade. Okay, thank you. I was like, hold on. I said Davian Guards, and then I was like, wait, is this a Steiner? No, that doesn't make any sense, because that wouldn't be their colors except for the blue. Oh, how foolish. What's up, Camo Specs? Good to see you, man. If Wizards doesn't want people to use minis, they shouldn't give us such a nice grid map. I agree, Firestarter. Nice, clean lines on this. Awesome. I can see why you want to share it. First edition D&D was an expansion of a tabletop wargame called Chainmail. Is that true? I didn't actually know that. Huh. Doing Davian Brigade Guards, box set Davies. I'm doing Tyrell's Terrors, the starter box Curitons. For our LGS to have a demo set painted up. That's pretty cool, Machine God. That's really, really neat of you. I mean, I hope you're probably getting paid. Hope it's been going well for you. It has been. It really has been. I hope that everything's been coming together for you as well, man. Of course, I've seen some of your work online lately, and I gotta say, maybe you should be on the painting desk. Holy shit, man. Work opens for the first time since quarantine in 6 hours, so good night, Traylon. You go get some sleep. Chat, can we get a good night to Traylon? He has been here for the whole stream, which has been going on for, damn, longer than he usually does. Thank you for being here, man. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Hopefully everything goes well for you. Yeah, stay safe. Nice work in the Davian Guards. Time to roll out the basics of some bases for Infinity Code 1. Hey, man, work. Sometimes painting miniatures ain't so sexy, you know? But you get all the bases done, and it just brings all the paintwork you're going to do on everybody else right back together. It looks like we got some Green Stuff World rollers and some Magic Sculpt. This... I hope that you either posted pictures of these after you did the rolling, or you're going to post some pictures, because I want to see what textures you got. Because that's the Small Cobblestone and Runic. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I like base work largely because I get to do a bunch of dry brushing. Yeah, Camel Specs, please feel free to give any input on anything that you see. From Machine God, first minis, since this was a topic a week ago. It's gotta, because his number is, it's funny. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Shellshock, Shaze, Warwolf, and Machine God. I love some named mechs. I love the individual effort put into these. That is a hot paint scheme with the yellow and the dark blue. I like the offset striping on the awesome. All together, a really cool looking lance. It's the sex number. But that's the sex number. Particularly for first minis. Really well done, man. As soon as you can tell which mech it is when it falls over. When it falls over onto another mech that's already fallen over. And they're going in opposite ways, and their heads start moving up. But let's move on. Let's just move on. From Hethrier, Legion of Everblight Archangel. This was the only faction that I ever painted for Warma Hordes, was Legion of Everblight. I really like the look of all their crazy dragon hybrid mutants. I was much more boring, though. I went with the more traditional sort of blue, white, pale, cold gray. And you've done that, it looks like, on the head plates, but this red contrast with it so nicely.
Here
I
at
love the
Thunderhead
green
Studios,
veins.
it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
They just buffed the fuck out of that Battlebox caster. That's a really nice looking mini, Hethrier. Damn. Really, really high contrast. I dig it. Nicely done. And moving down from Kursala, got my printer repaired, made a test piece of some road. That came out. Looks like you got a little bit of curling on it, and you may want to, if you're using ironing, I can say that I've had this issue before with it too. You're going to want to tune the extrusion rate. I think my extrusion rate is down around like 5%. It starts up around like 10% or something. For ironing, it's just too much. It ends up giving you a little bit of surface deformation like you have here, and a little bit like you have over here. But it's good to see your printer up and running again. Kursala has got his hot little hands on this set that I released, which is the... I should remember it, I made it. Trinity City Hexless Urban Jungle, the Hexless city building set for Trinity City, for those of you who like to play Alpha Strike. And I haven't made a bunch of it because I immediately moved over into prototyping other parts. I made some of it just to confirm that it all worked and it all looked nice. But hopefully Kursala will have some actually done up and painted and then put together into a little arrangement at some point in the future. Because I want to be able to show some of it off without actually having to do it myself. Because I'm a lazy bastard. You know, what are you going to do? Thanks for sharing that, though, Kursala. I look forward to seeing the rest of that come together. Roland got his Deep Cut Studio. Is this the Hex Tech mat, Roland? The ones from Steel Warrior? Because they're nice. They're nice. I don't know if you guys know. Alex over at Steel Warrior, our very own Flavolicious, has ordered some mats from Deep Cut with some specially made hexes that are just the perfect size, both for anything that fits on the new hex maps from Catalyst Game Labs and for all the Hex Tech line. It fits primo. And, you know, the size of hexes is fairly important. It adds up over time. You can wind up with, like, I've been using the Stratagem hex mat, and it's just off by a couple millimeters, and it's a little wonky. So if you put a bunch of terrain together, it ends up being off after you get about 20 hexes in a row. New print bed coming soon. This one seems to be working for now. Hey, man, keep it going. And seeing as I get nothing else for the Storm Report, why not some Lego ships? Why not some Lego ships? Why aren't there more war games built around using Legos? That's my question. Oh, that's Hexless from Steel World. That's a fantastic looking mat nonetheless. You can't just print an army of Space Marines. Haha, printers go brr. Yeah, no, it's true, they do. You know, for being incredibly simple, this shows off the power of a good silhouette. These are good looking ships. Really nice Cyber Knight. And it's all in the silhouette for these guys. It's obviously not in the details. These are a little expansive looking. This looks like a... Yeah, because it's like a cargo ship, isn't it? And you got a bunch of cargo pods mounted in the middle. That's pretty damn cool. I like that. Are there? I mean, you can just play Legos. You can play any war game and just use Legos, technically. There was a ship/mech game for Lego that was kickstarted a while ago. I missed that entirely, Crossbow Roof. It's a good idea, though. First pick is first mini I painted, and the last one. Oh, okay. And then the next pick is from Bolt Action. It's a Panther tank disguised as an M10 tank destroyer. This is a good comparison because you've done similar things on both of them, using similar colors. And you can see how... it's always touchy when giving any sort of criticism of people's first painted models. I am not in any way being critical of you. I'm just saying that you can tell how flat this one is compared to the depth on this one that we have over here. Yeah, it does look belter as fuck, doesn't it, Roland? But yeah, same colors, much greater depth. I love the work you've done on the leather here also, by the way. I was just noting that. It goes down into some really deep contrast here, and then you've got a nice bright highlight, and that fades out to brown on the other end. Really, really good work, Gear Falcon. What we got here? A Panther disguised as an M10 tank destroyer. Alright, alright. I love that blocky profile. Ain't it nice? Bolt Action is such a cool game. I admit the painting... I don't get as into historical miniature games just because I feel... And this is entirely a personal thing. This is in no way a judgment on anyone else. I feel, like, weird playing as actual fascists in actual wars. I feel weird playing against people playing as actual fascists in actual wars. Like, I'm not critical of anyone for doing it. Like, if you enjoy it, that's great. And the game system itself is fantastic. It's just every time I've played it, I've been like, yeah, but this is, like, a little too real for me. I play war games for the pew-pews and the space lasers and the bug-eyed fucking aliens, you know? But that's all personal choice. Use the flying bell. Progress on my tank is not easy to see, but I added the same flanged panels from the sides onto the turret. Just needs a few more panel lines on top and it should be finished. Oh no, I can totally see... Ooh. I like this. It is, in fact, easy to see. And I think that this, here along the edge, this dials the whole fucking thing up to 11. Like, it looked good before, but this looks fucking great. This makes the tank look genuinely unique. Yeah. Really, really nice work. I love that, Kursala. That was a fantastic change. And it's funny how something so small can make such a big difference. But that, I like that. It's going to look really good with some paint on it. Really good. And SP Firestarter's final take on the blades. Yeah, okay, I can see you've leaned into darkening them a little bit and bringing out the highlights on the edges. So what I'm going to say is if you want to stick with the technique that you're using now, you can afford to take it further. Now, you may not want to, and you don't need to. You can say, this is good, I'm done with it, I feel good, and it's a good-looking miniature. But if you take the technique you're doing now and just push the contrast a little further, make your dark greens darker, make your bright greens brighter, and work a little bit on the transition between them, I think it would look good. I think it would look real good. All in all, nice work, though. And thank you again for sharing. And here we are getting close to the end from Greg the Salt Miner. Armor. Blah, 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 blah. Armor mostly blended up, working on the other colors before finishing the gradation for the white armor. Holy shit! The oil paints have driven Greg mad! This is a fantastic green for the glow, though. But, oh my god, this is... What is this chapter? I feel like I recognize this chapter. Did the panels that way on a whim. Think long, think wrong indeed. Yeah, dude, whims can be the best. You really can. Go with what you just know is right, you know? I think Greg has lost his mind a little bit. Sons of the Phoenix, thank you. I knew that it was a chapter. I knew that it was something like... I was thinking like, yeah, it's the quartered scheme, right? I think it's going to look good once you get the white armor kind of dialed in and blended nicely. Good work, Greg. And from SP Firestarter, better picture, kind of, not really. Man, taking pictures of miniatures is hard. It really is. Want to see how much I love oils? Let me post what blending from me posting. Put it in the work in progress. I'll take a look at it. And yeah, I'm telling you, if you do what you've already done and you just lean into it some more, just make it a little bit... I'm out of beer. I'm out of beer, Dark Fox, but I'll drink some water, I'll tell you what. I have a drinking problem. I started my Flecktarn project by dabbing paint with a sponge. Any idea how to wash, dry brush, edge highlight that, if you can at all? Post some pictures in the Discord, WJ. I'd love to see what you're talking about. Drop that Uziel in next week's report that y'all like. Definitely do. I love a good Uziel. Drink water. It does a bit here, Falcon. Not too bad, though. It's very dry where I live. And that brings us to the end of tonight's Storm Reports. And a good one it was. Really, really great. Guys, I love the participation I see in the Storm Report. It is inspiring every damn time. And a big thank you to James Wapple. James Wapple? God, I hope I got his first name right on the first attempt there. I'd feel really stupid if I didn't. For submitting pictures and for answering questions. I think that his work is some of the best work to really look at as examples of how it's work smarter, not harder. And I don't mean to say that he doesn't work hard. He has worked hard to get to where he is, but now he paints smart. And it was Greg that convinced me to paint sloppy and not worry so much about the individual little brush moves. Absolutely fantastic showing. Guys, let's see who else is on. we are going to be streaming. By the way, this upcoming Thursday, the 16th, we are going to be gaming. We're going to be playing Titanfall 2, going through the last few missions there, wrapping up the story. I don't think it's going to take the full 4 hours, so I'm going to have, like, maybe Doom 2016 ready to tie right on to the end of that one. I'm thinking Doom, because it's kind of on the same level of frenetically paced, flowing first-person shooter action, and a game that I know well enough that I'll be able to actually interact with chat while playing it, because I really kind of have to know what I'm doing, otherwise I just stare at the screen like some kind of moron. Let's see what else we got going on. Who is streaming now? Steiner Miniatures is going. We also have Hyperphase Studios, as well as Red Katana and Snickernack. I wonder what everybody's doing. Let me take a look. Also Spiky Bits TV, but I don't give a shit. Ooh, Hyperphase is working on a really, really cool miniature from Cromlech and doing some interesting airbrushed rust effects. I think that's where we're gonna go. I think that's where I am about to send you fine gentlemen. Thunderdome DRU is a cool dude, talks beer a lot. I'll take a look, and maybe we'll add him to the raid rotation. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Hyperphase. He's a bit rough around the edges, and honestly, I like that about him. He's another guy who is not afraid to use bold colors in interesting ways. He uses warm colors, rust effects and stuff, in a way that I need to get better at. I've seen some of his, like, glowing forge hammer effects that are just, he's really an incredible painter. And another good example of how paint smarter, not harder. His stuff is not always super duper technical. It's usually just really, really well composed. Guys, that's going to bring us to the end of the stream. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. I had a fantastic time. It's been great talking with everybody. Thank you for letting me rant about Pacific Rim for a while. Thank you to Cat Ion for being here and for the raid. Thank you to Project Dark Fox for covering my ass through most of the stream. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you to Wapelius for being here. And again, go check out his channel. We will be back Thursday the 16th, as I said, playing Titanfall, probably finishing the game. That'll be a good time. And then we will be back more painting Sunday, July the 19th. Not sure what I'm doing yet. If you're on the Discord, though, you're sure to find out. I'm sure we'll be talking about it. Maybe Star Wars? I don't know. I've been doing a lot of Star Wars lately, and right now I just have a lot of infantry to paint. So maybe something else. Alright, I'm going to send you guys over. I will see you on Thursday, and until then, keep on painting.